Check 1, 2, check 2.
ficar entre as estrelas. Deixe-me voar em direção a este lugar. Dá-me tuas mãos, vem comigo. Vem me encontrar nesta viagem. Leva-me pra onde o amor exista de verdade, onde a felicidade só procure por nós dois. Em outras palavras, quero dizer que eu vou ficar com você. tuas mãos, vem comigo, vem me encontrar nesta viagem. Leva-me pra onde o amor exista de verdade, onde a felicidade só procure por nós dois. Em outras palavras, quero dizer que eu vou ficar com você. Em outras palavras, quero dizer que eu vou ficar com você. Fly me to the moon and let me play among the stars. Let me see what spring is like on Jupiter and Mars. In other words, hold my hand. In other words, darling, kiss me. Leva-me pra onde o amor exista de verdade, onde a felicidade só procure por nós dois. Em outras palavras, quero dizer que eu vou ficar com você.
Good morning. Thank you everyone for coming. If you could take your seat, we're going to start momentarily. Good morning and welcome to the House Energy, Utilities, and Telecommunication Ad Hoc Committee meeting on community solar. This is a great opportunity, and I'm looking out and looking at the great diversity and backgrounds of the individuals who are here today, and I appreciate you taking time out of your August to come and listen to this important conversation. As many of you know, we had a bill last year. This bill it was the launching point of this committee. I would like to thank Chairman Don Parsons for his faith in our committee and giving us the opportunity to get together and discuss all aspects of community solar. And I appreciate everyone that is here today as a committee member. If you don't mind, if you'd like to go around, we can start with you, Representative Ridley, and just state your name and the district you represent, please.
Representative Jordan Ridley, House District 22. My district starts about half a mile north of here, goes across the lake all the way up to Waleska.
Brad Thomas, House District 21, Cherokee County.
I'm Don Parsons, District 44. My district starts, I guess, just over around the Bellsbury Road, north central Cobb and Woodstock area. Thank you.
Representative John Carson, District 46, basically Cobb and Cherokee counties.
All right, well, I'm Beth Camp. I represent District 135, which is West Central Georgia. It's Spalding County, Pike County, and Lamar County.
Regina Lewis Ward, represent District 115, Henry and DeKalb counties.
Joseph Gullett, represent House District 19, Paulding County, and my new district also has a portion of Cobb County.
All right, thank you all for being here. We are blessed to be supported by our policy analyst from the Capitol, from the House Budget and Research Office, Bailey Jordan, and she does a phenomenal job on our committee, so thank you for that. And also, my admin, Dendrick Adkins, is here somewhere, and if you don't know Dendrick, he's the best, so thank you for your support being here today. So, kind of jumping right in, community solar is one of those terms that I feel like maybe everyone doesn't fully understand unless you're in the world of community solar. It's a big topic, and I would like for us to break it down somewhat today to make it more palatable and make sure that we are understanding all the aspects of it so we can ask hard questions going forward constructing any future legislation. So with that, we are going to start with our first person, which is going to be Steve Butler with Georgia SEIA.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Make sure this is on. There we go. Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the committee. My name is Steve Butler, and I'm here to represent the Georgia Solar Energy Industries Association. And we'd like to also thank Chairman Parsons this morning for creating this committee, and obviously the leadership of Chairman Camp. Georgia SEIA represents 200 solar companies and roughly 5,000 employees in the state of Georgia. Georgia SEIA and its members also would like to thank you in addition to myself today. And this might sound a little bit like a country music song, but this ain't Texas and this ain't California. Georgia has done a tremendous job of developing solar resources via a very measured approach. It started with Commissioners Bubba McDonald and Tim Eccles over 10 years ago with the 50 megawatt project that the PSC approved, and it continues today with Chairman Shaw and the current commission as they work with the IRP in 225. Georgia is a great example of how that you can move solar in a conservative state. We've consistently been positioned as top 10 for delivering solar resources, and we're positioned to do more. The community solar industry is seeking to expand the market to provide more energy for Georgia and more savings for ratepayers. Simply put, expanding community solar is the most cost-efficient way to deliver more power to the grid. Georgia Power does an excellent job of providing reliable power. It doesn't mean that others can't assist in reducing rates for the ratepayers. There's no question Georgia can greatly benefit from adding community solar during an energy crisis or a time of need. And even if that crisis has ended with the largest airport in the world and the fourth largest port, it's doubtful that we're going to need less energy anytime soon. Today you will hear from energy experts and community solar providers who are extremely knowledgeable about how this has worked in several states and how those savings have been achieved. The community solar model proposed in Georgia has delivered 10 to 20% savings in at least 8 states in which it's been tried. Energy has become an increasingly important issue in a state growing as fast as ours, and like I mentioned before, with all the resources and companies that are coming to Georgia, and now it appears that we're trying to control the supply chain for solar and other resources, this is an excellent opportunity for us to bring savings to the customers and increase our energy to the grid. I'm going to let the others who are much more knowledgeable than me come now to speak about this in depth, but I'm always going to be available to the members after the committee. If you've got any questions from any of the people that will speak today, I can make sure that you're connected with them. So thank you for this time. Thank you, Madam Chair. And of course, thank you, Chairman Parsons.
Thank you so much. And I think I forgot to thank someone in the beginning of the comments, and that is Kennesaw State University for hosting us today. They are a gracious host. We are in air conditioning, and they've gone above and beyond. I also like to thank Justin with the House of Representatives in the back, and also the team here at KSU for making sure that we have streaming today. So if you're not able to be present and you're at home watching this or in your office, thank you for being with us today. All right, so next person up we have is James Finley with Summit Ridge.
Good morning, everyone.
Thank you, Chairman Camp and the committee, for taking some time today to learn a little bit more about community solar and what our industry does and the benefits of our industry. So as Chairman said, my name is Jimmy Fenley. I am with Summit Ridge Energy. We are a long-term owner and operator of community solar projects, mid-scale commercial solar facilities, and storage assets across the country. We're headquartered in Virginia with about 140 employees and thousands of contractors who work on our projects all over the country. So we're going to have other people get into different topics and parts of community solar, but as the representative said, community solar it allows a customer who doesn't have access to put solar on their own roof, the benefits of solar power to them. So what we do is we find, site, build, and then own and operate long-term solar projects, and we allow people to subscribe to receive a portion of the benefits from that field. So they kind of get like a panel, essentially. We think it's a really unique opportunity that allows private capital to come in and invest in the state. So my testimony will go into a lot of different aspects, and I can answer any questions on anything else, but there are three main things of why our company wants to invest in Georgia. One is we receive all of our solar panels here in Georgia. They're all made by Q-Cells. We actually just announced that we're expanding our partnership with them to be the largest community solar panel purchase in the entire country. So this is a really big deal. We have these American-made panels here in Georgia, and we want to use Georgia panels in Georgia to help Georgia families and businesses. Two, Georgia is a very business-friendly state. You guys are growing so fast, it's incredible to watch. And with that comes the need for businesses to receive more of their own renewable energy resources, right? So these businesses have different goals that they need to meet, and we would love to help fulfill them with power here in Georgia. We've seen in the news that large employers in the state are going to other states to access the renewable energies, and we want to do that here with the Georgia panels for Georgia businesses. And lastly, Summit Ridge, so a lot of companies will do ground mounts in fields, right? So they'll find a field and build a 25-acre site. We do that, but we also do rooftops. So we build on large industrial rooftops, not the residential homeowner ones, but large, big distribution centers. So in Maryland, for example, we have a whole host of projects where we build on top of these large industrial warehouses, distribution centers, et cetera. And that's kind of wasted space right now. So that's a huge benefit. We have a lot of that capacity here in Georgia, and we'd love to be able to build on those. So that is why Summit Ridge is looking at Georgia as an incredible opportunity for us. So just to kind of wrap things up, our goal is to provide choices to consumers using Georgia-made solar panels and use the free market to drive innovation and decrease energy costs for our customers. With rising energy prices across the country, we have successfully provided local options for families and businesses in many states, and we want to add Georgia to that list. Thank you. I'll take any questions if you guys have it, or the rest of the speakers here are going to have a great list of experts as well.
All right, so if anyone has any questions, feel free to ask, and we certainly can build upon the answers as more and more people talk to us today.
Madam Chair, I have a question.
Please go ahead, Representative.
Mr. Fenley, thank you so much for being here this morning. I just have a clarification. Did you say 140 employees or 140,000 employees?
140 employees, and then we have, that's just on the Summit Ridge team, but then we also hire contractors across the country. That's why I said thousands of contractors.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Probably asked this question before. Down at Capitol. Am I on? Okay. We probably asked this question down at Capitol, I would imagine, but if a company decides to go into this business, the business of building a community solar facility, now they would be able to, just by building that, Georgia Power would have to buy that solar, the electricity at the avoided cost. Is that correct?
At avoided cost, so there's a federal law that deals with avoided cost. But every state that we operate in has to have, we look at states that have bill credits through community solar.
So if you built a facility, you already have a customer, you know you're going to sell it to Georgia Power, and you're going to get the avoided cost back. I don't know how that breaks down as far as the investment that goes into building. I have no idea about that. But I'm just curious as far as the customer base, the subscribers that you would be looking for, and you, I mean, I think you've done in other states. I think you said that. I mean, right now, I mean, do you have any kind of a database of people that you know of would like to purchase, or what makes you think that there would actually be a market for that if you did that?
Absolutely. That's a great question. So in most states that we operate in, we actually have a wait list of people who are households or businesses that want to sign on. So our typical model is we offer a 10% savings compared to their utility bill, and that savings means that we can sign up people easier than other products, right? We're offering you a 10% discount on the amount that the bill credits that are generated from that field that your household receives. So as I said, most states we have a wait list. It's not really a problem to fill it up. Our biggest problem is getting the project sited and built, and then from there, once we can usually get people pretty easily.
Okay, well, I'm sure that you or some of the other speakers will be telling us just exactly how they would get that savings. I know I'm a little bit unclear about that, and some of the other committee members I would imagine would be too. So, I mean, you don't have to do it right now, but I'm hoping through this process today we understand that better.
Absolutely, and if it doesn't come up today, I'd love to be able to talk to you offline. We could go into the kind of that process, but we build and site these projects at a good cost for us, and we're able to turn around with some of those benefits.
Okay.
Well, we've got a little time here. Would you be willing to kind of explain it
course.
to us?
So, you know, our whole thing is we use private capital, right? So we need to find, in our whole bucket of building a project, a site with the land. We usually lease lands on long-term 25 to 40-year leases. So we got to get the lease work that works. Then we got to get our panels made here in Georgia. We have a big contract, so that helps us bring down the cost a little bit. And then, so land that, and then financing. We work with financing partners to be able to find ways to build these projects. So this is all third-party owned, third-party capital, not ratepayer dollars coming in. And because of that, we're able to build at a certain amount, and as long as the PSC sets a bill credit that's attractive enough for us to invest here, we can find a way to offer savings. But that bill credit, and most states we operate in, is set by the Public Service Commission. So like for Virginia, is a state that I know well. I've worked with Governor Youngkin's team there. The bill credit, whatever it's set at, as long as we can get all those first three buckets to get up to be underneath that number, we can offer a discount. But every state does the bill credit a little differently, and you guys will kind of go through this today with other speakers talking about cost shift and different narratives that can really talk about how that's set. But we, as long as we can make the financing work, we can make the whole project work. I'm being a little vague because we don't know what the bill credit here is yet, right? There's different ways it can be set that look at benefits and cost to the state. But if it's a reasonable number, we would love to build.
All right. Well, let me just ask the question then. When you're saying 10%, is this based on the kilowatts used?
Yep.
Of course, the fees we have no control over because the PSC has set those.
And 10% is, this is a free market, right? So there's other companies speaking here today. If they're offering 12% and I'm offering 10%, I'm going to be losing out on customers, right? So the 10% is, I'd say, a market industry standard, but it is not like set in stone anywhere. It depends. If we can build things cheaper and we can offer a bigger discount, we will do that.
Okay. All right. Go ahead.
Goodness, sorry. About the bill credit, I know maybe you're not the perfect speaker to talk about the bill credit, but when there's a credit, someone is funding that.
Mm-hmm.
Who is funding that in this case, generally speaking?
So the bill credit is what we receive from Georgia Power for the amount of energy that's going onto the grid.
So Georgia Power would be funding. So the customers of Georgia Power are funding the bill credit.
The energy being generated is going onto the grid and used by Georgia Power, and we're receiving a benefit we're receiving whatever that amount is in terms of the value back to us for producing the energy.
Okay.
And then we, in turn, sell, essentially, the bill credits to our end consumers who want to have the benefits of solar.
Right. Gotcha. Thanks.
Okay. And I guess, oh, I'm sorry. Do you have a question?
Yeah, unless anybody else does.
No, go ahead. Chairman Carson?
These are great questions, by the way. Thank you, guys. This is nice.
James, thank you for being here today.
Of course.
I wanted to ask two questions, which I just want to say this is a complicated issue.
It is.
And I think Chairman Parsons would agree with this, because we're not just talking about energy, whether it's on or off. there has to be a certain amount of reliability. Can I ask a question that it was brought up by Mr. Butler, and Steve and I have talked about this. It would be very helpful, and I don't expect it to be provided today, but it would be very helpful to see in the states that have community solar, what have utility rates done to the consumers, one, that are subscribing to the community solar, and two, for the subscribers that are not, for the investor-owned utility ratepayers.
Yeah, and I think
It'd be interesting to see, has there been an increase? Is it flat? Is it decreased? And how does I know there's a subscription fee for the community solar, and that's part of the financing stack.
Yeah.
So it'd be interesting to see what the utility rates have done in those states that have adopted community solar, both before and after, for the community solar members and the non-members.
Great. And if the other speakers today don't have that information, I'll follow up directly with you with the best I can on that. Community solar works in about 20 other states right now. So this isn't a new concept, a new phenomenon. It's been very successful for the last 10 years or less in some states, but there's about 20 states that have it. But I will either directly follow up with you, I promise that, or someone here can maybe do some homework while we're waiting.
Well, and if you could share that with all the committee members, I would greatly appreciate it. I think that'd be beneficial to all of us. Representative Rahman has a question for you as well.
Thank you. And I just want to clarify a few things. So when you do this, you said in Virginia, do you offer the power directly to consumers, or does it also go through another sort of intermediary?
Yeah, so it goes onto the grid, right? So the electricity, electrons flow where electrons flow. Yep.
Yeah.
But we offer them the bill credit. So we're saying kind of like that portion of that field or that system, and then we sell the bill credits to them for usually a discount.
Yeah, just wanted to clarify. There was like no, for example, direct way for you to go from like a community solar facility to directly to consumer.
It's just like not how the grid works.
Yeah,
exactly.
Yep. Thanks.
All right, thank you. And also, I very rudely cut off my good friend and sweet mate.
No comment.
He had a second question, so returning to Chairman Carson.
My other question, thanks again, James. My other question is in regard to battery storage.
Yeah.
Typically, does community solar developments, do they have battery storage? And because I think Georgia Power makes a very good argument in regard to continuity of service. Obviously, if there's no sunshine or what have you at, say, 4 in the morning, there's no power being delivered to the grid. Is it normal practice in these other, you said 20 states?
20 states.
Is it normal practice for them to have BESS systems as far as backup?
Well, firstly, I would never cut you off to more questions, so we can meet after this, and I'll continue to answer your questions.
Beth would, but yeah.
Exactly. It is not, in the states we work, we do battery storage as a company, but most of our projects do not have battery storage on them at the moment.
Okay.
A lot of states in the last, I'd say, 2 years are trending in that direction with how they write legislation. So it is kind of an additional program that they talk about to have distributed generation paired with storage. But for Summit Ridge, we don't have those at the moment, though I should double check with that because our team we build hundreds of projects, so.
Okay, I'll save my rest of our questions.
Okay.
But it is, to answer your question directly, it is a trend that is starting up, but it's not, it was not what the legislation here addressed last year.
Well, every biennial, we have a clean slate.
That's correct.
All the bills that existed last year are gone, so this would be a new opportunity. And I believe that Representative Thomas has a question for you.
I get it to work. You keep mentioning 20 states. Could you send us a list or at least give me an idea what those 20 are?
Yeah, I hope someone's taking notes from me here.
Yeah. Well, you can watch the tape over and flag it.
Thank you, Representative.
Yeah, thanks.
All right, and Representative Gullett has another question for you.
Yeah, just related to those 20 states, do you know if any of them, I'm assuming most of those states are already deregulated from an energy policy standpoint?
No, it's a mix. So Virginia, for example, is a regulated state. It's where I've done a lot of work this year. They actually just passed an expansion bill this year in the Dominion territory, and then they also had one for Appalachian Power Company. Those are both regulated things. Community solar works really well in a regulated space. The PSC is going to continue to regulate the community solar program, and so it's, for us, a natural fit.
Thanks.
All right. All right, that's wonderful, though. Chairman Parsons.
going to have to ask this about the, you just mentioned Virginia.
Yeah.
If you could clarify that for me or anybody else for that matter, but I had spoken to some legislators from Virginia during the summer, and it was my understanding, we didn't talk about it in great detail, but it was my understanding that in Virginia, the legislation up there only applies to areas that are not served by regulated companies. That's what I think it was actually the author of the company told me. So there was probably some confusion in the conversation then. That's not what you're saying. You're saying
No. Yeah, I can.
Yes, please.
Okay. So the program as currently set up, and now there's an expansion on top of it, allowed for a certain number of megawatts to be built inside Dominion's service territory that served Dominion customers, and Dominion is the regulated utility there.
Right.
So that's exactly what it is. The state legislature and the governor there wanted to expand the program, so this year they did that. In February, the bill passed, and it got signed into law in May. That allowed for additional programs and additional way that the bill credit was rewritten. So it's really positive for the industry. That was a bipartisan bill. Democratic legislature, Republican governor, all wanted that, and it was in the regulated Dominion utility area.
So make sure I understand. I think I know what you're saying. So if a customer lives in the Dominion-served area,
yep,
or in the Appalachian-served area, or Appalachian-served area, they can, through those companies, I mean, you all can build a facility in those. I don't know if they have territorial act there or not, but you can build a facility in those areas, and it would work. The whole credit and everything would work for the customer through those companies you just mentioned, Appalachian and Dominion. Is that correct?
That's all correct.
That's not how they do. They must have had a special session or something after I spoke to them, because they didn't.
I've been following the state very close.
I'm sure you're correct.
Yeah, but I would love to follow up with you, and I can kind of walk you through what that bill did. It's a very similar model to most states, where we work in the regulated marketplace, and we build there, and those customers remain Dominion customers, but we are able to offer them bill credits that help reduce their energy bill that we sell them, which is produced in that field, or the solar array system.
Well, then, if I may, I'm supposing then, based on what you just said too, that with the original legislation, there was pushback. Those regulated companies did not just say, yes, we want to do this, we're going to do it. But there were some changes. There had been some changes made. And does it work exactly the same in the areas where the companies are regulated and in non-regulated areas? I mean, is it exactly the same, or?
The bills are different because just how state energy policies are different. Deregulated states.
Now, I'm talking about within Virginia, within that.
Oh, we only built in the regulated spot, and we only build in Dominion, but now there's the opportunity to build in Appalachian Power, but we don't build anywhere else. We don't build in co-op territory or any other non-investor-owned utility territory.
Okay, thank you. That's good information.
All right. Does anyone else have any questions? All right. Thank you so much for your time. Yeah, I certainly appreciate your testimony and willingness to answer a bunch of questions. All right. So our next speaker is going to be Bob Sherrier from the Southern Environmental Law Center. All right. Thank you so much for being here today.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, committee members. I believe my slides might have got lost in the email ether, so I will do my best to adapt here. Good morning. My name is Bob Sherrier. I'm with the Southern Environmental Law Center, where I'm a staff attorney that focuses on energy policy in Georgia. The Southern Environmental Law Center is a nonprofit, nonpartisan law firm providing exclusively pro bono representation and legal advocacy focused on protecting the environment and the people in the South. I'd like to thank you all for the opportunity today to speak on this important issue. As you know, most folks cannot access the benefits of owning solar because they have roofs that aren't suited to it, the upfront costs are too high, or they rent. This kind of enabling legislation is needed to address that gap and to expand access to this technology. So I'm going to talk about the Georgia Homegrown Solar Act's language from the substitute that was before you all this year. I'll touch on a couple key features of the bill that were discussed already, and note that this just represents one way to enable the development and benefits of community solar. The language can, of course, evolve to address feedback and to make it better for Georgians. The bill enables community solar programs within Georgia Power's territory and with the oversight and expertise of the Public Service Commission. Among other things, it provided for consumer protection, interconnection procedures, and data access, all to ensure that implementation of the program works and works smoothly. There's a number of key questions that enabling legislation should address, including what do these facilities look like? How big are they? Where are they? Who do they serve? Who can be a subscriber? What is a fair bill credit mechanism for the subscribers who are essentially investing in that facility? And then how do we protect those consumers? So the bill defined community solar. Last session said that there's a number of different ways you can define these things, and it made sure that we're not talking about using the power of the sun to dry clothes on a clothesline, and we're not talking about a 1,000-acre facility in South Georgia. We're talking about there's a megawatt cap limit in the bill that was 6 megawatts. So that's about 25 to 30 acres at most, but it could be much smaller, as was just mentioned. These can go on warehouse roofs, landfills, schools, things like that. There were other siting limits, such as it had to be within Georgia Power's territory, which is a little less than 30% of the state's land area. In response to concerns that we heard last session, there was also a limitation on siting multiple facilities on the same parcel. You couldn't do that. You couldn't put a number together and make it a several hundred megawatt site and call it, 10 different facilities. And finally, it has to be hooked up to the distribution system, not to the larger transmission lines. And so we're talking about saving people money on their power bill. And as y'all know, folks need that relief, especially during the summer. The bill guaranteed bill savings to subscribers. As was mentioned, the industry standard is about 10%. The bill didn't set a specific savings amount, but it did say that the subscription costs and any administrative fees that get added by the Public Service Commission can't exceed the bill credit value. And so when the community solar facility produces energy, puts it on the grid, the credits for that energy get distributed to the subscribers based on how much they subscribe to. And that amount would be set by the commission. And the bill put sort of guidelines around how that number would be reached. It depended on what type of customer it was, so the number could be different for residential and commercial users. And it was supposed to be based on the retail rate, so what Georgia Power is selling that energy for, what people are paying for the energy that's coming off the facility, with a subtraction for the distribution costs. So those would still be factored in and paid. Sorry, it's a little tricky without the slide. Another point here is on the next topic, which is consumer protection. The bill also prevented upfront or sign-on fees being charged by the community solar developer as well. And so that was in there too. And as with any new market, it is critical to protect consumers. The bill accounted for this in a number of ways. First, it prevented the power company from charging fees that are discriminatory or unrelated to actual expenses of running the program. It required any of those expenses or fees to be proven in like an open setting at the commission before they're set. Second, it required the commission to set standardized disclosure forms that must be given to any subscriber. It also allowed for customers to see their usage data so that they could decide what investment makes the most sense for them. And fourth, it gave the commission explicit authority to establish rules and regulations for the industry to protect customers at all steps of the program. So when you're trying to find new people, to signing up, to closing out an account, all of that was within their authority. And so the last topic I'll touch on here is the subscriptions. The bill capped the amount that a customer could subscribe to. So you couldn't go and eliminate your power bill. If you use 1,000 kilowatt hours a month, you couldn't go subscribe to triple that and get paid by Georgia Power. You had to be within, your usage limits, your bill limits. It did allow for rollover of unused credits for about a year. Although, again, with the cap on how much you could subscribe to, it's unlikely that would arise. And finally, it clarified that the sale of subscriptions is not the retail sale of electricity, which is a term of art under our Territorial Act. It was related to the carve-out that's in the Solar Power Free Market Financing Act from 2015, which allowed leasing solar panels based on energy output and said that that's not a retail sale. However, that bill did not allow for off-site facilities or for facilities to serve multiple premises, and so that's sort of the gap that this legislation would help fill. The idea is to set a framework that allows these projects to get built. I'm happy to answer any questions now or after the committee, and thank you again for your time and attention.
There we go. I believe Representative Regina Ward-Lewis has a question for you.
Thank you, Bob, for being here this morning. My question is about consumer protections. You mentioned that the bill prevented sign-up fees. And I just was wondering, did the bill discuss exit or termination fees?
I don't think that it did explicitly, but that could be covered by the commission's regulations and how they set up the program.
Is that something that you would want to see in terms of consumer protections, that there are no sign-up fees, are no termination fees?
I would think so.
And my second question is, can you just explain, I don't understand how the rollover credits would work.
So if your power bill, you go out of town, you don't use a lot of energy that month, your power bill is lower than the amount of credits that you are entitled to, that you paid for with your subscription, those extra credits would roll over kind of like a cell phone account.
Okay, thank you.
And then you could use them the next month.
Thank you.
I have a question based on your question. So I know I've had a friend back when that's what happened with cell phone minutes, and they ended up with 1,500 cell phone minutes, and they never were going to talk that much, obviously, because they weren't using the allotment they had. What ends up, I guess we might need to figure out what ends up happening, and is it realistic to continually do the rollover? Because once that energy is generated, it's gone. It's not like the minutes that could be accumulated, because once that's put in the grid, and I mean, from what I understand, electrons just don't hang out forever. Is that correct, Representative Thomas? That's right. That's right. So has there been any discussion that you're aware of, perhaps addressing that?
Yeah, in the bill, it rolled over for a year, and it was, I suppose, use it or lose it is how I would have read it if that situation arose. I do think that the cap on how big your subscription can be, how much power you can subscribe to, would prevent someone ending up with 1,500 credits at the end of the year, but I think it is something that warrants a closer look for sure.
I have a question. All right. Hang on one second. I'm so excited. You're a very exciting speaker, obviously. All right, Representative Ridley, and then Representative Ramon.
Thank you for being here. One of the things you said is Georgia Power still gets the bill for the cost of the transmission line. Does Georgia Power also get a markup for a profit for those transmission lines, or is it cost only?
It's a subtraction of the distribution costs from the retail rate. So yes, whatever's built into that rate, they would still get and would
So Georgia Power still profits at the end of the day from the distribution line. They just don't profit from the retail sale of the power.
I think that sounds right. It would depend on how the credit, where it actually got set.
Because it just doesn't make sense that Georgia Power has to cover 100% of the cost and have no markup on that when they are a private entity.
Yeah.
Thank you. So really quickly on the part related to consumer protections, the bill does come from you or from whatever power company you're using. What are the requirements of those power companies? Because I know you said folks will get, an understanding of how much energy they're using, but is there a way for them to see, for example, how much a company is spending, kind of off of Representative Ridley's point about like how much they're spending to distribute that power?
The data access provisions in this bill are about the use of the customer. They're not about the expenses on the other end. A lot of those numbers are available at the Public Service Commission, though they're difficult to access.
So would it make sense, for example, to include a section in here to maybe just increase some transparency and make it part of like a bill or something so people know, like, okay, I'm paying the facility, the community solar facility this much, but also Georgia Power is getting this much of my bill because that's how much it costs them, just so we can get keep an eye on, for example, what the real costs are in real time.
Yeah, I'd be in favor in that kind of transparency.
Okay.
Okay, all right, Representative Gullett?
Thank you. As many of the solar folks in the room know, consumer protections in the solar world is really important to me. I just want to clarify what I think is true. Is it true that the PSC would write the rules and regs around the consumer, around this, and that the enforcement of the consumer protections would be with the PSC?
That's right.
And that the community solar folks are in favor of that this time? Versus in the past, they were they didn't want the PSC in this world, and so,
My understanding is that industry was in support of this bill and the language that was in it. There's a lot in the room. I can't speak on their behalf, but
would you be in favor of it that way?
I think that there's a number of ways that it would work. That's one of them.
Would you be in favor of it that way?
Sure.
All right, thanks.
All right, Representative Vermont has a follow-up.
Actually, as a follow-up to that, one thing we used to have was the Consumer Utility Council. Would that be something that would make more sense in a situation like this compared to the PSC, or could you maybe go a little bit into some of those oversight mechanisms? Because right now, for example, we'll get, I'll get constituents who'll tell me about their bill or something, and I don't know where to send them.
Yeah.
So I don't know if that's something you can speak on or not.
Yeah, the Consumer Utility Council, I remember there was a bill introduced this past session to reinstate that because it got defunded back in 2009. I don't think that they had rulemaking authority, but they absolutely, if they existed, I would imagine they'd be involved in setting up this program and making sure that it protected customers who were participants and non-participants.
So for example, if somebody had gotten, like if we written in there would be no termination fee and somebody received a termination fee from a solar company, or even just any other company that's providing energy, an organization like the Consumer Utility Council could then on their behalf, I guess, like enforce that law. Or would that still be the PSC?
If I may intervene on this one, if you don't mind. My understanding is the Public Service Commission has a complaint center, and they would be contacted by the consumer, and the Public Service Commission would investigate.
Okay.
That's my understanding from another committee meeting that took place because that bill was actually heard in Agriculture and Consumer Affairs.
And did it, I'm just, because the part I'm curious about is about enforcement and being able to go with that, and if they had, for example, capacity and that kind of thing. So I wasn't sure. Got it. Thanks.
All right, and Representative Thomas.
Thank you, Lady Chairman, or Chair Lady. So I'm still trying to figure out how the money flows here. I've got like diagrams with if and then statements, and it's not working out very well for me. So the solar provider provides power to the grid in the Georgia Power's territory, correct?
Yes.
And then that power goes through the distribution system, but not the transmission line to get to the households, correct?
Yeah, if it's locally sited, yeah.
Okay, so it'd be locally within the distribution, but not through any power of the main transmission lines. I got a little hung up on that one. I got a little confused on what that meant.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know that I can guarantee that because it'll flow where it's getting pulled, but
electrons go path of least resistance.
Yeah.
So I know I get that. I was trying to figure that part out. So then Georgia Power then turns around and pays the solar company for the amount of, kilowatts that they put into the system, correct? Is that my understanding? For avoided costs, right? Okay.
No.
No.
So the community solar developer is mostly paid by the subscriptions. And then the bill credits show up on the power bill of the subscribers. So Georgia Power is not collecting that, I guess, rather than giving it.
Yeah, see, this is where I get really lost. So, okay, let's talk about, instead of talking about electrons and how it flows, instead we'll talk about dollars and how it flows, okay? So me as a customer, I decide that I want to take, community solar credits. So I pay a subscription bill to the company the solar company that is creating those, that I subscribe to whoever's generating that power, correct? I pay a subscription to them directly. And then I turn around and pay Georgia Power. I don't pay Georgia Power, but I see a discount credit on my bill. I really would be nice if
Yes.
somebody would kind of boil this down to basics.
Yes, there are programs that are set up where it's all on bill so that there wouldn't be a second bill that the customer has to send to the subscriber. There's others where there's two. And so if from the subscriber's perspective, you're paying your subscription and then you're seeing a discount on your power bill that should be greater than your subscription costs.
Got it. So is that 10% we heard earlier in addition to and above the subscription cost for my reduction, or is it 10%, we're giving you 10%, oh, by the way, here's the subscription so now what, how does that all shake out? I'm really confused on how the money flows on all this, and I'd really like to get some answers on it. It doesn't necessarily have to be here today in committee, but I need some basics on how this money flows, and I appreciate that.
Yeah.
Thank you. I honestly, I do think that might be something that, maybe an example, household A uses so many kilowatts a month and their subscriber, and household A pays X in subscription fees, and household A should anticipate X in a bill credit on their Georgia Power bill. That would be helpful to me. I don't know about anybody else.
And if I may, that's the challenge. I can't even get to the level where we're starting to get into these details about this, that, and the other. I don't even understand the basics of how this works. And I hate to say, I understand the transmission part of it, but how the money flows has just really been nebulous to me. So I'd really appreciate if somebody could speak up to that. Thank you.
Of course. Chairman Carson. Oh.
So actually, I think our next speaker on the agenda can speak a little bit to that because he's in that business. But I'm just going to throw it out there in regard to what I understand is the capital stack in regard to building these projects and then the impact to the consumers. And then, Breon, you're going to play cleanup, okay? So basically, community solar is where you basically have an excess parcel. You choose to build solar panels on an excess parcel. Let's say it's 5 acres, and you want to put I don't know how many megawatts you can put on something like that. You decide to put these solar panels, and they might be tilting, may not be, and let's say the overall cost to do so is, I'm just going to throw out a number, $5 million. Okay, put all these solar panels, connect, and so forth. Out of that capital stack to pay for that $5 million, somebody like our friend over there would say half of that's going to be private investment, or they're going to have a lending facility or something like that. And then there's obviously, as you know, federal incentives and state incentives to do that. And then there's also the financing piece from the community solar. And a community solar says, more or less, if I'm a Georgia Power consumer and I choose to pay, I don't know, about $2,000, $3,000, $5,000 subscription fee into this community solar association, partnership, whatever it is, then I will later get some sort of bill credit on my future power bills based on the Community Solar Association and how much power it's selling back to Georgia Power, but only at avoided cost. How far off am I, Bob?
You're there. The only thing I would add is that the subscription fees are usually monthly and much, much less than thousands. Yeah.
Okay. Like I said, I think our next speaker can speak more intelligently, Madam Chair.
All right, thank you very much, Chairman Carson. for that explanation. That's awesome. All right, and I believe that Representative Drenner has a question for us.
Thank you, and my apologies for being late. I have, I guess, two questions. First of all is, how does net metering come into play with this particular issue? Is there a net metering component to this, or do the credits usurp any net metering?
Yeah, that's a good question because it came up a lot, and I think there was some confusion about it. This bill was not net metering. The bill credit rate would be lower than the retail rate. We don't know the exact number, but it would not be kind of a one-to-one exchange, and so it's not like netting out your usage.
Can I ask one more? This may sound, it would be a little tangential, but as I'm looking at the diagram here and I'm thinking about electric vehicles, and is there a part in here for EV charging, and is there any, like community solar, could there be a piece that would include some mechanism for EVs?
Yeah, I think the individual facility could set up a charging station or something, if that's what you're referring to.
Yes.
Yeah.
Because I see these little community solar facilities everywhere, and one of the big needs, of course, is to support EV charging. And I just was curious if there's another diagram that goes at the top.
Oh yeah, this diagram is very zoomed in.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
Well, if I might, just correct me if I'm wrong on that one. This bill addressed residential ratepayers and nonprofits, correct?
All Georgia Power customers
All
were
Georgia Power
available
customers.
to subscribe on this one.
All right, so if we had a cap at 10% and a business or a homeowner or whomever wishes to do EV, that would give them the ability to charge their electric vehicle. But the capital, would be capped at whatever the percentage was towards bill credit, correct?
Yeah, they could spend those savings however they wanted to. I think that would be a good use, and there would be nonprofits that might be interested in that.
Okay, all right, thank you. And Representative Ramon?
I don't know if you'd be the perfect person to answer this, but I do know, for example, that to charge our electric vehicle, there's a specific program that we subscribe to that lets it, says that if you charge it this time, it's a lot cheaper. One of the questions that came up was about excess energy. Could there be anything either we write into the bill or best practice with solar companies to identify homes with electric vehicles to send that energy there because if the whole point is about batteries and things like that, we already have existing batteries in cars and they need to be charged. So is there any kind of mechanism that would connect, for example, excess energy to a home with a charging vehicle?
Yeah, I don't know that you could route it like that if the charging wasn't on site.
Okay.
But to the point of excess energy, I think as we just heard, there's waiting lists for a lot of these. So
Yep.
There's not expected to be much unclaimed, unsubscribed energy.
Great. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Are there any more questions? All right, thank you for answering all of ours. Certainly
Thanks, y'all.
appreciate that. All right, next up, we have Brian Fitzpatrick from Nexamp.
Hey, good morning.
Good morning.
Thank you, Chairman Camp and members of the committee. It's nice to see all of you and nice to see many familiar faces in the audience today. My name is Brian Fitzpatrick. I'm Vice President of Business Development at Nexamp Solar. I also serve as Co-Chair of Policy at the Georgia Solar Energy Industries Association. You heard my colleague Steve Butler speak earlier from Georgia SEIA as well. I'm based in Georgia, and since 2008, I've been developing rooftop and large greenfield solar energy projects around the state and also around the country. Also, since then, I've been an active member in the Georgia Solar community, many of whom are here today, and past chairman of the Georgia Solar Energy Association. I've also testified in front of the PSC and the legislature on numerous occasions in the past. So NextAmp is another long-term owner and operator of community solar assets and projects around the U.S. We do mid-scale commercial solar facilities and also a lot of storage. We're headquartered in Boston, Massachusetts. Our second headquarter was recently announced in Chicago, Illinois, because of their progressive community solar legislation. And we have over 550 employees. So NextAmp is recognized as #1 in the nation for community solar project ownership and project development. We're uniquely positioned as we handle all aspects of project development, from land origination through construction and all the way out to customer acquisition and finding these subscribers. In fact, NextAmp has over 75,000 customers that call us for clean energy. I was asked to speak today on Community Solar 101 and to provide further information on how half the country is accessing clean energy savings without the need for upfront investment or the need to install solar on their rooftops. In fact, there's currently a community solar policy in its 22 states, I checked this morning, with over 2,500 projects installed and over 4.5 gigawatts. That's actually by 2022 numbers, though. That's what I found. So as you may have heard, solar energy is the cheapest form of electricity in Georgia that we're generating right now. And I want to get to a couple of questions and answers that I've heard today, which include the flow of money and some of these other big questions that we're working through today. So homeowners, businesses, and nonprofit entities are looking for relief in their energy costs in today's turbulent and high-cost economy. And community solar is particularly advantageous to low to moderate income consumers in Georgia, as it promises savings of as much as 10 or even up to 20% in some states. I'm going to bring up a few slides with a couple of points that I'd like to make. If you could bring those up, please. So right now, Georgia customers do not have access to solar savings, and this program will provide badly needed community solar savings to those who subscribe to this energy. That's residential customers, many of whom are living below the poverty line, renters, property owners, people without suitable roofs for solar panels. Also, tax-exempt entities like churches, schools, public entities, who have a duty to provide the cheapest form of energy to their communities, and also, of course, businesses. I'm guessing that the slide that I'm reading didn't make it into your packet. No, that's okay, that's okay. Well, okay, well, I'll be clear in my remarks so you don't have to read off the page. Okay. So private investment will finance additional clean energy resources instead of ratepayers. Solar provides energy during peak hours when utilities need it most, and needed investment is in time when Georgia is facing a severe energy deficit. Massive investment will inject billions of dollars into economic development dollars into Georgia's economy through construction of facilities, jobs, local and domestic supply, operation of facilities, which is jobs and operation and maintenance, lease payments to rural landowners, and also property taxes to local governments. So I wanted to talk a little bit about the flow and the flow of electrons, the flow of money, and try to get down to that. And I was taking notes with the previous speakers, and I know we have some other great speakers here today that are also going to tackle some of these subjects. Generally speaking, I think we know there's three counterparties here. There's the solar developer, there's the consumer, there's Georgia Power helping us transport the energy. I think we all know, we erect these solar projects in rural Georgia. We are sending energy back to the grid, and that energy goes through Georgia Power and gets through to the consumer. Who's paying the developer? The developer is getting paid from the subscriptions they're selling to consumers. I'm going to go back to my earlier point that I made, that is that solar is the cheapest form of energy in Georgia. So because of that fact, we're able to sell a subscription to the energy, and we're able to sell that at a rate lower than these consumers are currently paying for their electricity. And so we're getting paid for this system through the subscriptions of the energy, which typically, as Representative Carson was describing earlier, is a mix between an investment that where we would typically go out to the corporate buyers of clean energy, and we would have them purchase about 40% of the energy off of these projects, and we're able to enter into long-term PPA agreements with them, and they help us finance the system. So we're selling 40% of the energy to large corporate buyers. The additional 60% is sold to consumers. What this allows us to do, which is pretty magic in my opinion, is we don't have to ask for any credit check to these 60% of subscribers. There's no monthly contract, or I should say it's month to month, and there's no annual contract. So they can cancel any time without any cancellation fees. So there's no sign-up fees, no cancellation fees. And so it allows us to move subscribers in and out. A typical solar project, these projects, 6 megawatts, call it 25, 30 acres, that might have 200 consumer subscribers. And so we're moving subscribers in and out. Subscribers of different levels, businesses, nonprofits, consumers, low to moderate income homeowners, renters. So this allows us to sell those subscriptions to those folks. And what they end up with at the end of the month is they've got their Georgia Power bill in one hand, and they're reading this and they say, okay, I've used 100 kilowatts this month, and my typical charge for that before a solar company came along, call it $100. And now, because I have, now I'm seeing a credit on my bill for the solar, community solar, and now my bill has gone from $100 now to $80. And essentially, what consumers are doing is they're buying a credit. They're buying like if you went to, I bought a Groupon that you could get something for less than you typically buy it for. So you are getting a credit on your electricity bill. Then they get a second bill from the solar developer for that credit. So it's two bills at the end of the day, if that makes sense. I'm going to stop there. I'm sure there's a few questions. I know Representative Carson put me on the hot seat to answer a couple of those questions, but I'm happy to get into some of these other pieces. I'd like to there's a couple of other, if you don't ask me any questions, I do have a couple of bullets that I'd like to return to previous questions I've heard and just provide additional context. But I'll hold there for questions.
All right, thank you for your testimony so far. Chairman Carson, go ahead.
Brian, thank you for that explanation. I think it would be helpful for the committee, based on what I'm hearing here, as well as what I'm getting texts, is this describes the electrons. What would be helpful, I think I can speak for others, is to explain the flow of dollars. Okay, so Community Solar Association receives subscription fees, and they pay out certain amounts for capital expenditures and so forth. And what are we asking for obligations from Georgia Power and so forth? And what are the consumers getting, and what are the consumers getting up? As far as the dollars, I think that would be very, very powerful. And I do want to say, Madam Chair, if I could just make one comment.
Of course.
I've been talking to other members of the committee here, and as well as those that are online and those that are not able to join us. What I really think, and I appreciate all this information and talking points and so forth, but I think as far as me, we're elected by ratepayers, whether they're retail through a co-op or a city, or whether they're a Georgia Power ratepayer. we're elected by ratepayers. So the way I see it is, how does community solar, in the 22 states you said, Breon?
Yeah.
Okay. So in the 22 states, what have been the experience, what has happened to rates before and after community solar to the subscribers? The rate, what has been the effect of community solar to before and after the implementation to non-subscribers? So one to subscribers, one to non-subscribers, and then third, if you can, maybe not today, but in third, what is the ratings in regard to reliability? So rates before and after community solar for the subscribers, the non-subscribers, and the reliability. I've had a number of discussions with the utility, and I feel like I'm in a no man's land because you can't. Community solar provides power and electrons to the grid when there's solar, when there's light, right? And so, but Georgia Power provides that 24-hour service to us no matter what. They don't, and so forth. That's why I was asking that question about battery storage earlier, because reliability is absolutely key. So we could have lower rates by 5%, but if we don't have power, if we become a California where there's rolling blackouts, we've got a major, major problem. And it's not just an inconvenience, it's in regard to medical and distribution and so forth. And I know you know that. So to any extent that would be helpful, it would be helpful for the committee, or at least it'd be helpful for me. I think I can speak for Representative Thomas as well.
Yeah, so there's a couple of questions in there. I want to address the flow of dollars. And I think I described solar developers are getting paid by the subscriptions from the consumers directly. So we're not asking to get paid by Georgia Power. What we do want to emphasize is that we are paying our fair share of using the distribution grid. And so that is a charge that would come from Georgia Power in the form of between two things. First of all, we're paying to interconnect to the grid. And inside of the rate that's just going to be decided at the PSC, that will provide payment back to Georgia Power for us to be able to use those the distribution grid. I think it was asked to Rob Shearer, is that also going to be transmission? Well, energy flows both ways. It's like water, it can flow, but it can flow up into transmission as well. But we're talking about implementing solar around Georgia Power's network, around Georgia, and these are at times of the day when peak hours, when when energy need is at its highest, and so this is somewhat of a drop in the bucket for the amount of energy that we need in those different areas. So it's going to get soaked up very quickly. There are some states that have community solar that have enacted also a part of the bill to include storage to address what you're asking. And as far as subscribers and non-subscribers, what has been the effect before and after? Well, for subscribers, we're here today to talk about savings and how do we pass the savings and the promise of clean energy and at cheap clean energy off to the subscribers. So I think we've got that clear. To non-subscribers, solar companies are offering to come into Georgia and invest in building out solar infrastructure and additional generation at no cost to the ratepayer, no cost to all of the ratepayers. So they are getting to have additional generation put onto the grid at no cost to them. So that's a massive benefit. There's some of the other, pieces here is that they have. I'll leave it at that, and if you want to ask some follow-up questions, but I would say that it's a benefit all around that's happening because of private investment.
Thank you. Thank you.
Do you have a question? Okay, all right. Does anyone else have a question? Oh, Representative Ridley, please go ahead.
So I have like two questions in two different fields, and I'll start with the first one. How is the subscription fee assessed? Like, how do you come up with that number for the cost of the subscription?
Yeah, so in order for us to figure out what a subscriber needs as far as energy goes. We first start by analyzing their bills. We decide what their energy need is essentially in kilowatt hours, and we analyze what they're currently paying and what rate they're on. Most of these consumers are going to be on a residential residential rate, and we set a cost that a price below that, call it 10%. In many bills, it's prescribed by the bill how much that discount needs to be. So that's how we set it. We set it based on what their current usage is and what the current rate is. And with the current rate, to answer your question, we would set it at a locked, call it 10%. And that's fixed. There's no escalations in there. There's no surprise fees. You know, the intent here is to keep, is to put savings in their pocket from day one. Make their obligation very, very low. No sign-up fees, no exit fees, no annual contracts, and so you're able to sign up, or move in or move out of the program that fits your need. You can bring it with you from rental apartment to rental apartment, if you will. So, but hopefully that explains the answer.
So the fees that you say you're locked in at the 10%, that'll be in the PSC regulation guaranteeing that? So like, because everyone says there's no fees, like call AT&T or Verizon or Comcast or whoever, and they're always like, no fees, no exit. And then when you read the fine print, 3 years later, your contract expired and you're no longer on that contract, and there is an exit fee, there is all this. So you come in here and say, well, there's no fees. Well, that was only for the first 12 months or 24 months, and the person owns their house for 5 years. Well, then they do have all these surprise fees because they didn't read the 30 pages of fine print you tried to give them.
Yeah, I would agree with you. I've had a lot of bad experiences with cell phone companies as well. We're here for the long haul. We're here to, our name is our most valuable asset, and so it's not going to do us any good to hide fees. And that's part of what we'll work out with the PSC when we work with them on defining the details of the program. But we want to make absolutely sure that this is a win-win for Georgia and consumers and ratepayers and the PSC and the legislature.
All right, and I remember, I believe it was 2 years ago, Representative Gullett, you had a wonderful bill that really specified even the font size contracts. Do you remember this? To protect our residential ratepayers who unfortunately had gotten contracts that were too small to read. So most definitely, I think all of us are very in tune and want to protect the ratepayer and consumer, our constituents. So that's certainly something that we could address wording-wise, or either work with our partners at the PSC to make sure that it's very clearly specified. So thank you. I think that's a great point.
And then my other question, like you keep talking about like this is for peak demand. And one of the things we haven't talked about is there's 7 hydropower plants in this state run by the Corps of Engineers that only supply with peak demand because they don't want to compete with private business. And our taxpayer money is already funding and paying all the maintenance of those dams through the federal government. So are you going to be taking away from that? Like they're going to be reducing less hydropower because you're coming in here? Because those dams aren't working at full capacity. And y'all are a for-profit business, more money is going to y'all, while these dams, will they be producing less power? Because like you said, you're coming in here to replace, to add new demand, so that power is leaving somewhere else.
Yeah, it's a great question, and the answer is no. And the answer is no because, I mean, as an example, Georgia Power had their IRP, I think it was 4 years ago, pardon me, I think it was 3 years ago, and then they came back with a interim IRP halfway through. So typically the integrated resource plan would be every 3 years. And so after a year and a half, after the last one, they came back after a year and a half saying, you know what, we've reanalyzed things and we actually need a lot more power than we thought. We want to reopen fossil fuel plants. And so, like I said earlier, Georgia's at an energy deficit. You asked about EV charging and if EV charging is going to be a part of this. Well, that's, to me, that's just another thing that we're putting on the network that's going to need more energy, right? It doesn't matter if it's EV charging or the next piece of equipment that comes along that's going to need a lot of power. It could be servers and computers, and they talk about the AI boom and how much the data centers that's going to be required for that. So again, the solar is a small addition to make a big impact for Georgia consumers. But when it comes to, it's not going to have an effect on these hydro plants. These are massive generators, and yeah. So there's plenty of need to go around.
All right.
Chairman, I have a quick question, if I may.
Go ahead, Chairman Parsons.
When you first began your presentation, you said that your organization is involved in rooftop solar, and I think you said greenfield projects across the state. What exactly kind of greenfield projects are you talking about? What is that exactly?
Yeah, so I was talking to my personal experience. I've been with NextAmp, I think, going on 6 years. Since 2008, I've been developing projects since I think Georgia Power started doing a lot of their solar programs back in 2008. That was, first with, small residential systems, then quickly grew to 100 kilowatt systems on commercial rooftops. And then after some time, maybe 6 years, then we started doing 1 megawatt greenfield projects through Georgia Power's extremely competitive RFPs.
Okay, so these are projects where you're doing that. Georgia Power is contracting with you to do those, or how? I don't.
Well, in the past, I've done projects in Georgia, where Georgia Power is purchasing solar energy from solar developers.
Okay. That's all. Thank you.
All right, thank you. And I believe Representative Lewis Ward has a question for you as well.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. You mentioned several times that the developers are paid from their subscribers. And I would imagine that in finding subscribers, your pitch to the corporate subscribers is different from the residential low to moderate income subscribers. Aside from marketing that the rate would be a savings if they signed on with community solar, what other guarantees or promises are you making to that specifically low to moderate income subscriber?
Savings is number one. That's the number one guarantee. And then, of course, they're getting clean energy. So, I think that's enough, or I can show with our 75,000 customers, that's enough incentive for them to sign up, is the savings alone. Yeah, does that answer the question?
Well, I was asking, is there anything other than savings that you're making to them in terms of guarantees or promises in terms of the energy that they'll be receiving?
Well, just that it's clean energy, and that it's solar energy. And, when these solar projects generate electricity, they're really generating two attributes. They're generating, and this is where the commercial entity comes in. Mm-hmm. They're generating clean energy credits or renewable energy credits, and that has a value as well. So oftentimes the corporate that's taking on 40% of the offtake of the project will also want to get the RECs of the 40%. So in a lot of cases, we're able to pass those RECs on to consumers. And so again, they're getting the ability to be able to claim that they're getting their electricity from solar energy, and they're getting the electrons at a discount.
I'm just curious, do you have an income number that we're classifying the LMI group in?
It's by the Department of Statistics. I can provide that to you, but there's a classification, of course, for low-income communities and medium, moderate income communities. Mm-hmm. I believe the low-income, it may have changed, but I think a couple years back it was like 19,000 or something super low.
Mm-hmm. And we believe that they understand about clean energy?
Well, I would say, and this goes back to kind of consumer protection and also how we're describing these programs, it's on the onus of the solar company to describe what the program is, how we are presenting that program, and I'd be happy to provide more information about that if you like, or to give you a preview as to the customer experience of what they experience when they first find NextAmp, our company, and how we lead them through the informational and the education around what they're receiving.
Mm-hmm. Thank you.
All right, thank you. And Chairman Carson has a question.
Maybe a little bit more of a comment, or maybe it is a question. Brian, when you were, just to further elaborate on the chairman's question in regard to greenfield, you're really just talking about undeveloped land, correct?
Yes.
Okay, you're not talking about a brownfield, which is, obviously has much more issues in regard to mediation and so forth. We're just talking about excess out parcels, green land, correct?
I want to emphasize that we are able to do these projects on greenfield. When it comes to community solar, we can do them on brownfield. We can do them on landscape. We can do them on rooftop. So yes, and we can do it on those other types that you described.
On undeveloped land and land at risk or has other environmental issues as well?
Yes.
Right. Does that answer does that help, Chair?
Does anyone else have a question? Oh, go ahead, Representative Ridley.
Just have a question, like a follow-up to what I was stating earlier. So line 40 of the bill, it says no more than 6 megawatts in alternating current. Is that per hour or per day? Or what's the interim that they can only produce 6 megawatts in alternative current?
Yeah, that's a good question. So 6 megawatts AC is talking about the capacity of the system based on the amount of equipment it's using. So 6 megawatts, not to be confused with 6 megawatt hours, which is 6 megawatts will produce X amount of megawatt hours, which could be, I don't know, call it 48 megawatt hours a month or something, I don't know. So that 6 megawatts is only describing the size of the facility physically, the amount of equipment we have. And so I can tell you that 6 megawatts takes up about 6 acres, or pardon me, takes up about 30 acres. So that doesn't equate to the amount of power that it's going to produce. Does that answer the question?
Yes, because like you said, it's not going to impact the hydropower dams. But when you go to the Corps of Engineers website, I just looked up Lanier and Alatoona for the last week. Those dams are running 2 hours a day, and they can produce over 100 megawatts an output of 100, and you're talking about 6. So when there's 22 hours a day, and they can produce 12 times what your facility is producing every hour, it makes it hard to, and again, we're already paying for that through our federal taxes.
Yeah, but like I said, that number doesn't equate to the amount of megawatt hours we're going to be producing and I can return to you with the amount of megawatt hours that these systems are going to produce, but these are fairly small. So you said the hydro dams are how many 100 megawatts?
Lanier can do 127 an hour, and it runs 2 hours a day. And it's not even doing 127 the 2 hours it's open.
Yeah, so, well, I think, first of all, like I was saying earlier, those generators are massive. Generators, massive compared to these 6 megawatt projects. So.
Well, I'm just, when you're saying we're in a power deficit, and now you're talking about how big they are and how much they can put out, and they're only running 2 hours a day, I'm just confused here.
And those are running, and we still need to have an interim IRP to say we need more generation. So that, you've proven my fact that we need more generation online.
They're running 2 hours a day when they can run 24.
So
or I'm confused.
I think, honestly, that'd probably be a great other bill, because that's an excellent point.
And there's 7 of those
giving away
facilities in the
those
state.
hours.
Well, if that's the case, then why did Georgia Power have an interim IRP to say that they need to bring on more generation?
Well, Georgia Power is a for-profit company, and every time they generate more hours, they make more money. When they buy it from the federal government, the taxpayer is the ones footing the bill, and they get it at a discounted rate. So you have a for-profit entity who wants to make more money, so of course they want to sell more energy.
So can I, just really quickly on that, Madam Chairwoman?
Yeah, sure, go ahead, Representative.
So I do think that's a really good point about how efficiently we are already leveraging existing resources, but I think from my understanding, if I'm hearing this correctly, is that a big thing we need to be focused on is diversifying our energy sources and how we are generating those sources. So to your point, I don't think these are mutually exclusive conversations. I think, yes, we should be looking into why, for example, hydraulics are only 2% of output, and also why is solar only 2% of output here in our state, especially when we're trying to focus on renewables. That kind of proves the point that we're trying to make here, which is that we have an untapped resource here, we've got an untapped resource there, we're being told there's not enough energy. Now we have to figure out, okay, what barriers are there, whether legislatively or otherwise, that we need to overcome to bring online a lot more of these resources, if that makes sense.
Thank you for that comment. Okay, you're going to wait. Okay. All right. Well, thank you so much for your testimony and your willingness to answer our variety of questions on the topic, and we look forward to getting some of the offline that you had mentioned to some of our representatives. So thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Chairwoman. Thank you, committee.
All right. Next up, I believe we have someone visiting with us via Zoom. Is that correct, Justin? All right. All right. This is going to be Carl Rabago, I believe. Let's see if we can bring him up.
Hi there. Okay, hopefully you can see the start of a slideshow here and you can hear me.
Yes, we certainly can. Thank you for being with us today.
Okay, great. All right, so the tech things are not getting in my way. I can't see you, so please holler out if you need me to pause. And I really regret that I'm not able to be with you. My first appearance in Georgia on solar issues was over 10 years ago when I participated in the 2013 Georgia Power IRP. And Georgia Power told us that they were using a technique of accounting for benefits and costs of solar to support their advanced solar initiative. Here we are 11 years later, and we have an opportunity to use the same basic concepts to advance community solar as a concept. And that's what I'm going to be talking to you about. I want to thank you for taking up this issue, for creating a conversation around legislation that would give customers the opportunity to get the benefits of solar generation with their private subscription investments as well as through their utility rates. Second, to share those additional benefits with their own community through the utility, and reap the potential benefits of smart siting of solar and economic development. And then finally, to stimulate economically efficient investment in solar markets, in jobs, in the utility system that will provide long-lasting benefits to everyone. A key message I want to deliver now is that it is easy to make general and broad assertions based on assumptions or maybe perspective. But we today do have the tools to address the question of economic efficiency, costs versus benefits objectively. And I think you'll be pleased to know as you continue this important fact-finding effort that you can actually enact a community solar program that creates a win-win-win. A win for the customer subscribers, a win for ratepayers in general, a win for the utility, and I should add a win for Georgia over the long term. So with that, let me jump in and just share just a couple of slides with you to set the stage about costs and benefits. You can learn more about me in lots of places. The most important thing to tell you is that another reason I'm sorry I'm not in Georgia with you is that my first tour in the Army was at Fort Stewart with the 24th Infantry Division and the 9th Armored Cavalry. And even more importantly, Hinesville, Georgia is where I met my wife now of 45 years. So we fell in love there, and there must be something in the Georgia water that made our marriage last. Let me go to the next slide and start talking subject matter. As I've already said or implied, we can account for distributed solar costs and benefits. Similar techniques apply to both rooftop and community solar, but we're talking about community solar here. Analysis shows that investing in both utility scale and distributed resources can actually multiply the benefits that you experience in the grid and in the provision of essential electric service. The secret sauce of community solar is that these are smaller projects can produce energy where it's needed and make more efficient use of existing infrastructure if we calculate that and take account of that correctly. So utilities can avoid costs that ratepayers would otherwise incur through their support of community solar. The savings are potentially huge. The kinds of benefits we want to quantify that are often overlooked in the initial assertions about the impact of community solar is you're stimulating private capital investment in the distribution grid by community solar developers and supported by customer subscriptions. You can avoid transmission costs. You can get better fuel diversity and reduced exposure to volatility in fuel prices. You can shave the peak or even pre-cool the distribution system so that when the peak arrives, it doesn't damage your equipment as much as it usually does. You can defer capital investment in large-scale utility resources, and you can address line losses even at the distribution level. I know you've talked about I know you talked about a mechanism where you would subtract distribution costs from the credit, but I want to promise you that with careful examination, you'll find that there are distribution costs that are avoided by community solar as well. So we need to be more precise, if possible, about which distribution costs are subtracted and which are actually offset by community solar. Then there's a whole category of additional benefits out there in terms of economic development, increased competition, innovation, speed, and addressing high household and business energy burdens from careful development of a community solar program. What we found in other states, most recently I did this in Ohio, that even under a conservative analysis, distributed solar pays for itself in savings, or at least breaks even. But the key message, again, is that while in God we may trust, everyone who comes to this should be required to bring data and analysis to support their assertions. This graphic just is not meant to make you into an electrical engineer. It's about as sophisticated as I can handle as a lawyer. But what it does is it just points out graphically that there's a bunch of places in the grid where savings can be procured. Between large-scale generation and the ultimate customer, there's a lot of equipment. There are a lot of losses. There are a lot of potential places where smart-sited, right-sized community solar can create benefits. And it's worth breaking this down, as good analysis does, into each of those categories of opportunities to determine how to get the most cost-effective results. Last thing I want to talk about before I wrap up is, or two things, but the first thing is the ubiquitous question of cost shifts. And the essential assertion is that if a customer does not pay as much as they were paying before they became a community solar subscriber, they are creating a cost shift, that they are not paying for something that someone else will have to pay for. Sounds good, but it's not true. Electric service, first, is founded on the principle that you only pay for what you use, and you don't pay for what you don't use. We have no problem with this with energy efficiency. If I install efficiency in my home, I can, oh shoot, okay, thank you. So we should be on the cost shift slide just to make sure. If I install energy efficiency in my home, the utility doesn't get to charge me for not using the electricity. If I teach my teenagers to close the dang refrigerator door and stop staring in there while they look what they're trying to figure out to eat and save a little energy, the utility doesn't get to charge me for having better behaved teenagers. So customers who use less utility electricity should not necessarily be required to pay for costs if they didn't create them. Of course, they're responsible for the costs they create, and good community solar programs make that work. Importantly, as I've already gone over, community solar customers can reduce their energy bills and their use of utility-generated energy. If the utility properly plans for that in the rate case when they submit their forecasts, then there will be no potential cost shift, no lost sales. So there's a rate problem with these new opportunities like community solar, distributed solar in general, only if the utility doesn't plan for it. If they plan for it, it's already accounted for in rates, and they should be planning for it. Next, even if community solar grew many times larger than it is in this country, the potential short-term impacts are small compared to whatever else is going on in the grid. As one of the few commissioners in this country who's ever had to vote to put a nuclear power plant into rates, I know what it can do to rates. These issues are much bigger economically than your community solar program will produce. Importantly, again, the benefits to all customers from smart deployment can be very big and can significantly outweigh the cost if you do it right, and that's, I think, what we all want done. All right, I'll go to the next slide and I'll wrap up. I've tried really hard to make a sort of simple example of this issue for me to understand. And the one that keeps coming up in my head is tomatoes. We all know that we can go to big box grocery stores to get cheap tomatoes. They have economies of scale. They buy a lot of tomatoes. They get a good price, and they pass some of those savings on to us. But we also know that homegrown tomatoes can be more nutritious, that neighbors share tomatoes with other neighbors, that you could have your tomatoes all summer long and save on a few trips to the grocery store. Homegrown tomatoes do reduce big box tomato sales. If we would not even listen to an argument that big box grocery stores, however, should pass a law or get a regulation that allows them to limit home growing of tomatoes or to charge home growers a fee because they didn't sell as many of the cheap tomatoes anymore. And in fact, competitive markets produce a result where big box grocery stores, and we've seen them all doing this, start selling better tomatoes, order fewer tomatoes, stock different vegetables, and try to meet us in the marketplace. That's what a good community solar law can help happen, and encourage your commissioners to do their job, their fundamental job, to act as a substitute for the competition that monopoly utilities do not otherwise face. That's the core justification. That's the situation you can emphasize, that you can strengthen with the Georgia Public Service Commission through a good community solar program. On the next slide, I will just tell you that I provided a list of URLs of website addresses for a lot of additional information that your staffs can use that is, generally available. And then finally, I just close by saying thank you, and I stand for any questions. We could probably go off the slideshow if you want to. And I hope that kind of worked.
Thank you so much, Mr. Rabago. Very interesting conversation. Thank you for mentioning your connection to our wonderful state, and thank you for your service in the military, supporting and protecting our country. Thank you so much for that. Are there any questions? All right, Representative Gullett has a question for you.
Sorry, these buttons are tight. Mr. Rapigo, excellent presentation. We were laughing over here about on your resume, easily bored. Just made me laugh, and I know Representative Jenner the same. A question about your tomato presentation, because I was thinking about it, and I also think similarly as far as like, how do I make this in my brain work for things that, I can easily understand and feel like I have an understanding. But on the tomato, it doesn't seem exactly the same in that growing your own tomatoes, you wouldn't use any of the infrastructure of the big box store. I wouldn't use their bags or their bagging facilities or the checkout potentially, or if there's a storm, I wouldn't require, the big box store to come and, I don't know, I'm not sure. But, there's some differences in that we're using infrastructure, or that we would be using the infrastructure that they already have in place. And so requiring their staff to bag my tomatoes and get paid for that. I mean, I think that's the key, though, is that they get paid for the infrastructure that they have there, and that's what makes this work, or could potentially make this work. But, I don't know. I feel like there's a better one. Tomatoes were good. I just feel like there's a little bit of a gap for the similarity there. But excellent presentation. Kept me engaged, and I appreciate that.
That a very, very fair and important point. And the problem with trying to come up with a sort of a metaphor for any of this stuff is that, our utilities do amazingly complex things to provide us with reliable electric service. And, you can't just, grow your own electricity that easy. Even personal investment or community investment has got a lot of details, and it's got to work with that utility system. I suppose that if I work on it long enough and be annoying, I could come up with a community tomato gardens concept, and we could start seeing how they have a little less of that infrastructure, et cetera, et cetera. But I think I want to leave you with the core message, which is that these new market entrants will try to find ways to find a good, efficient site for solar generation. They will engage customers in thinking about how they use electricity and allow them to participate even if they don't own the roof over their head. There are lots of, benefits that can be harvested, and the utility can watch and learn from that as well. And so by the commission ultimately doing your bidding and facilitating a program like this, you can save on infrastructure costs, you can extend the life of infrastructure equipment, you can engage customers, you can help diversify the mix, you can get a lot of those benefits. And that's an experiment, more than an experiment. Obviously, 22 states have already decided that's a direction worth exploring. But thank you for your excellent point. There is no perfect metaphor except just doing community solar.
All right, thank you. Representative Rahman also has a question for you.
It's a question either for you or the rest of folks in the audience, and then I do want to talk about the tomato analogy because I really like it. I would love for anybody to give this committee numbers on potential expected costs, like anything that could result in some of this disruption, compared to, for example, costs that we have previously taken on from other forms of disruption, like you said in your presentation, where utilities will kind of bring on new sources, and then we've got like fluctuations in gas prices. So what I would love to see is some form of like a cost comparison between like this investment and then other investments that we've made to make energy more affordable or not. And I do kind of want to flag for all of us and everybody in this room. I think the tomato analogy is actually a great one, but I think the part that's missing is that if I grew tomatoes in my backyard, which is solar, or even just in my neighborhood, in order for me to walk to my neighbor's house to use the sidewalk or the road, there's currently no way for me to do that because there's no mechanism for me to even pay a fee. Like, those roads and sidewalks are blocked off. I can't even go to my neighbor's house to give them that. I can't even access, like, if, for example, the solar field is across the street from me, I can't access it because somebody else owns that road. And I think because sort of we as taxpayers have both paid for some of this infrastructure and simultaneously created bills and laws around that infrastructure, I think the challenge here is we've got to figure out how to make it more accessible for more of this competition and more of those options for consumers.
You're making a very, very important additional point, and it is worth thinking over the longer term. What kind of good things does community solar lay the groundwork for? But also, what fundamental questions? When I did a lot of work on microgrids, for example, when I was with the Pace Energy Climate Center up in New York, and we realized that there's a wonderful thing that can happen if a community can be self-sufficient on electricity in the face of, say, a hurricane, or widespread utility outage, but regulatory and legislative rules prohibit some customers from grouping up to do that. That's down the road, but our military bases are trying to do it every day. They want to turn military bases into microgrids so they can keep operating and keep defending the country. So we can start using that. But I want to go back to your first point and make an additional important point. In terms of the trade-offs, after 40 years of doing benefit cost analysis in the utility industry, it started mostly around energy efficiency. We now really know what best practices are in accounting for costs and benefits. We've documented that in something called the National Standard Practice Manual for Distributed Energy Resources, and I am proud to have been a co-author. And we've set up a framework and approach that allows utilities and regulators and anyone else to go through and objectively and comprehensively analyze the relative costs of electric service options, resources, so that we can have some straight talk about the total costs and the total benefits and whether the benefits exceed the costs and it becomes a project worth doing or a direction worth going. So again, as I started off, we have good tools now, and I'd love to spend more time talking with you or sharing more information with your staff about the NSPM, because we turn everything into an acronym, the National Standard Practice Manual. The citation to it is included on the resources slide that I shared.
All right, thank you. I believe Chairman Carson has a question for you.
Carl, thank you for speaking today. Madam Chair, are his slides going to be made available to the committee? Or is that subsequent discussion? Or?
Well, that's a good question. I don't know if we have them in hand now. Would it be possible for you to share your slides with our committee?
Absolutely, yes.
Okay, and the reason I ask is in regard to the cost shift, and that's something I'm really trying to get my hands around, because this is a very complicated matter, and I don't know if there's a cost shift with tomatoes, but I can tell you I want to really understand this, and there's a lot of detail in your slide that I was not able to read that quickly. But let me ask you this, sir. There are arguments that infrastructure is built out, not just transmission, but distribution, and even if the fixed asset is paid for, and there's not long-term bonds by the investor-owned utility for those assets, but they're always, it's a collective pool. But let's say for a moment, even those fixed assets are paid for, and there's no debt on them. It's still, there's a cost to serve those distribution lines in the case of storms or outages and so forth. And my question is, what is your response that there is not a cost shift when more people adopt community solar and less reliant on that distribution.
Right. Yeah, that you get it. There's that's the question, right? Which is that a utility makes a long life investment in infrastructure in order to provide continuing service. Rates are designed on a cost of service plus, so it's a cost plus regulatory regime, right? Like the Defense Department, where what they spend generates their recovery and calibrates the profit on top of that. They are not guaranteed the right to recover those costs or those profits, but only constitutionally a reasonable opportunity to recover them. And the risk of not doing so is reflected in the level of profit that they're allowed to recover. So we're supposed to have a mechanism that accounts for the idea that you might go home and invest in added insulation for your attic, and their sales will not be what they thought they would be. Now, and that is the forecast thing I was talking about. But in addition, we also have the way community solar programs are set up so that customers are still fully charged for their utility service. That rate based on cost of service is charged to them fully based on that cost of service. The credit that they generate, that they earn by becoming a solar subscriber, is meant to reflect the incremental added benefit that community solar facility generates. And so it's the utility gets to charge them completely for service. The community solar operates in a perfect performance mechanism. If that community solar plant does not work, does not generate any electricity, if somebody forgot to plug it into the grid, then the community solar customers get no credits. They only get credits for when the facility performs to provide those benefits. And finally, as we discussed, since it's really easy to see that the community solar avoids large-scale transmission and generation, many pieces of legislation and many programs say, well, let's start with the assumption that we still have a distribution grid that has to be paid for, and so we subtract that from the credit. A lot of programs start that way, but as I also said, finer understanding of the grid will allow us to dig into that assumption as well. And I'll make one last additional point. There's a kind of a holy grail out there that we should have in mind for getting to, and that is community solar is not like rooftop. It doesn't just go in wherever a customer chooses. Utilities increasingly across the country are being told by their regulators to produce something called heat maps, maps of the grid that tell the conditions on each individual feeder, whether they're congested, crowded up with use, or whether they're wide open. And if they start developing and then using in planning and sharing that information, community solar can start identifying the highest value locations on the grid and add even more to the benefits that they can bring to the utility and all other customers. And that just closes the lid on the cost shift argument, because now we're citing resources to get extraordinary grid value, not just average grid value. And that's why starting the program is a good idea, and continuously improving the program yields greater and greater benefits.
All right, thank you. And thank you so much for joining us today. I think we all appreciated your testimony and your slides so much, and we look forward to speaking to you in the future. So thank you so much.
Thank you all.
All right, it appears next up is going to be Tyler Adams, Conservatives for Clean Energy Georgia. And I would caution we have 1 hour left in this room, so certainly ask questions, but our presenters, we want to give you time as well.
Absolutely. I know it's close to lunchtime, so I'll be brief with you all. My name is Tyler Adams. I'm the State Director for Conservatives for Clean Energy Georgia. We are a nonprofit based here in Atlanta that focuses on market-based solutions for clean energy. I'm not here to speak on any specific legislation. I'm not here to bash any of our utility providers. I know there's about 100 of them in the room, so I'm a little bit outnumbered right now. So at Conservatives for Clean Energy, we strongly support policies that expand access to clean energy, such as community solar. These measures align with our core mission of promoting energy freedom, economic growth, and local control, all within the framework of conservative values. Community solar represents an innovative way to provide the benefits of solar energy to those who might not have the ability to put them on their own rooftops. So expanding solar in Georgia can offer a lot of benefits. It provides opportunities for rural communities, small businesses, and low-income households to reduce their energy costs and actively participate in the clean energy economy. It diversifies our energy costs, it enhances grid resilience, and it reduces our dependence on any single energy provider. Also, these projects involve public-private partnerships, they foster job creation, and they attract economic investment to our local communities. These projects leverage private capital, lower energy costs for all ratepayers, and generate new revenue for local governments through property and sales taxes. So as conservatives, we believe in the power of markets and competition, and we think that this is a great solution. So we strongly support policies that remove these barriers. So, any questions?
Thank you so much for your presentation.
Absolutely.
And I believe Representative Vermont has a question for you.
I love your focus on the free market and competition, and in addition to sort of policies and bills like this, if you could have a magic wand to implement another 1 to 2 policies to improve sort of the strength of the free market in the energy sector, is there anything top of mind for you all in your organization?
I think just removing barriers to local governments and these energy providers and these developers to be able to come in and provide these services. Specific policies, I'm not exactly sure right now, but I'll let you know.
Yeah, please give us some. I'd love to hear some. Yep.
All right, thank you so much.
Perfect. Thanks so much.
Certainly appreciate you being here. All right, next up is Alicia Brown with the Capital Good Fund.
Good afternoon. I think I get to be the first one to say that today. Thank you to the chair and the committee for having me today. My name is Alicia Brown, and I'm the director of Georgia Bright for Capital Good Fund, which is a U.S. Treasury certified community development financial institution, which, if you're not familiar with those, our job really is to provide financial services to groups that are not served by mainstream financial institutions. We are the recipient for Georgia's $156 million Solar for All award, and today I want to tell you a little bit about how that award intersects with the conversation that we are having today. If we can go to the next slide. So Solar for All is a $7 billion program under the EPA's Greenhouse Gas Reduction Fund, which consists of 3 competitions. Solar for All made 60 awards to states, territories, tribes, and multi-state coalitions in April of this year, and Georgia was grateful to receive $156 million specifically to bring the benefits of solar to low-income and disadvantaged communities. That definition of disadvantaged is broad. We're really looking at parts of the state struggling with unemployment, parts of the state struggling with environmental hazards, as well as traditional criteria around income. If we can go to the next slide. So our coalition is very large. In addition to Capital Good Fund serving as the lead applicant, we are joined by 3 clean energy cities that were formal coalition members and had a role in the very tough work of developing that application, which is the City of Atlanta, City of Savannah, and City of Decatur. But what I want to draw your attention to is the fact that we had 91 additional partners from around the state supporting this application, ranging from churches to local governments to housing providers, really showing the strength of the coalition, and we're working to build that stronger day by day. And would appreciate your support helping us get the word about this, because Georgia is a very large state, and it takes quite a bit of time to drive from one end to another end. Next slide, please. So there's a few program requirements. One is that the money can only be used for solar and storage serving the communities that need it most. So it's really fitting that we're having this conversation about community solar, because at its core, community solar is meant to address the lack of access that some people have to rooftop solar. Another requirement is that we have to offer 20% bill savings net of any cost. So that's net of any subscription in this case, or in the case of rooftop, net of any lease or loan type payment. And the third is that we need massive scale. We are expected to serve between 15,000 and 18,000 households over the 5-year period as a minimum. But of course, we would love to serve even more than that. Next slide, please. So we're looking at 4 solar programs, and I'll focus primarily on 2 that are most relevant here. So our first 2 are focused on rooftop. That's a single-family lease and a free program for extremely low-income households. But I want to draw your attention to a program we're calling Community Benefit Solar. That frankly is something that we put forward because Georgia does not have competitive community solar legislation at this time. So under this model, we're basically turning to churches, food pantries, or even businesses that want to get involved and using those rooftops to host solar arrays that can then share the financial benefits with community members through a community benefits agreement. So that is a direct response to right now just not having a legislative solution. And then we'll also be working with our utility partners, because we're not wanting to focus just on Georgia Power territory, but we understand that we have 93 other utilities in the state and have been really excited to be having conversations about working with them, understanding that this legislation might not affect those territories. Next slide, please. So there's a few reasons that we're particularly interested in being involved in this conversation. One is there is a lot of innovation and administrative time that goes into developing workarounds. So the workaround that I was referring to, where we have a community benefits agreement that shares solar savings from a project host to community members, we have to find a way to have accountability in that. And that takes some time to develop those agreements, identify households that are interested in solar savings, and then actually make the transfer of those dollars. So it would be much easier if we had a program model that we could just plug into. The second has already been discussed a little bit by the Summit Ridge presenter, but we want to make good use of already disturbed space. I am located in Savannah, and we have just warehouses as far as the eye can see. And if I had a penny for every time that someone asked me, why aren't we putting solar on warehouses, I could retire. Another thing is we want to serve more households for longer. For Solar for All, it's a 5-year program, and we will be paying really close attention during those 5 years and having accountability to make sure that households are being served and savings are being realized. But after that, the responsibility dries up, the money dries up, and the program stops. We don't want to have a solar coaster where you have a boom and bust. But if there's a program model that we can seed with funding and technical assistance that can then persist after we are no longer administering this program, that's better for the state. Similarly, with the job prospects and economic benefits, there's a lot we're going to be able to do in our current regulatory framework, but we want to see this market grow tremendously so that every workforce trainee that we support with Solar for All has long-standing job prospects, not just on rooftop installation, but in project management and scheduling, estimating, electrical work, even the grading that you do for a utility-scale solar project. All of those skills, we will be training people for and placing them in jobs. And then finally, the last 2 is if we have a program at the state level, we can be really smart about it. We can use price signals to put projects where they are needed most, like close to population centers and places where economic development is happening, so that we are meeting the need instead of exacerbating grid congestion. And same with, we've had conversations about storage and the importance of round-the-clock energy. We can set up a program that sends the right price signals for either the the solar developers or even community-based developers to have projects that are co-located with storage. Next slide, please. Just a few additional things about Solar for All that will intersect with this community solar conversation some is that we are going to have funding for technical assistance, which could be things like pre-development loans. It could be things like interconnection support and making the interconnection process quicker and more seamless. It could be things like hosting capacity maps, so we know where we can install solar projects without causing grid congestion. And it can provide funding for energy storage. So some of these projects that might not pencil right now with a battery, we do have funding that could be used to make that possible. Next slide, please. So just a few concluding thoughts. Again, this funding is available through May of 2029, so it's not something that we can wait until 2030 and make a decision on. Like, we're rewriting our plan for the EPA right now, so it's a little bit of a time is of the essence thing over this next 5-year period. And then one other plug that I wanted to put in is that when we think about community solar, sometimes we think about 5 megawatts in a field somewhere, but it could also be an apartment or it could be a church. Because if you think about it, if the church is only operating on Wednesday night and Sunday afternoon, behind the meter solar might not be the best fit in a state like Georgia. But if they could host a community solar project, that's more money that can be reinvested in their evangelism, and it's making good use of a space. And I say that because in our coalition, we had a group of 7 or 8 churches that were really interested in doing this, as well as multiple groups of apartment dwellers. So as we think about building out a community solar proposal, let's make sure that it's as flexible as possible to meet people where they are, because a lot of people live in apartments and are often more energy burdened than others. And I do have my contact information on the next slide, but would love to take any questions.
All right, thank you so much, Ms. Brown. That was an interesting presentation, and I appreciate that information because I was not fully aware of all those capabilities of that grant. So thank you for sharing that. I believe that Chairman Parsons has a question for you.
I do, thank you. The question is, how much money came from the, this probably came from the infrastructure legislation at Congress? I mean, how much came to that?
It's the Inflation Reduction Act, and it was $156 million.
156, okay. I mean, it's a lot of money. It's not,
Yes, sir.
it's not, you know, it's not as much as some of these things have been. I would say this, I found out, I saw this probably 4 or 5 months ago, maybe sometime within the last year, about this money coming in. And I remember seeing it and being very concerned about it because there's so much money coming in from these federal agencies. It's amazing. But I did the best I could. I found an email address that I sent a request to. I said, please contact me because I'd like to know more about this. And I'm sure it wasn't you, Alicia. I don't know who was the contact on this particular website or whatever that I was able to go to, but never got any correspondence back in any way whatsoever. I mean, and I don't want to be accusatory or anything like that. This just sounds like something. I really do have questions about this because I mean, for me, it has all the earmarkings of something that's coming from the federal government that probably nothing good will ever come from. Although, how much did you say?
156 million.
And so I hope I'm wrong, but I tried to find out. I made attempts to find out, and I haven't heard anything back. So it probably was not you. I got the best. I think I looked throughout different websites to try to find who I could contact. Who is this going? Who is this organization that's going? How was this organization? How was your organization chosen to get that money? I've never heard of it. Not that I hear of everything out there, but you know, how could that organization be the one that got chosen to get that money and find out something about it? So, and here again, I know I'm sounding accusatory. I don't know enough. I'm not doing that because I want to know more. But if you could get with me, you know, after, you know, in the next weeks or what, I'd like to find out more about what you're doing and what the money's going for and what kind of plans there are and what kind of results that you see that will come out of it. I know you mentioned some of those things today, but I would like to, I mean, myself as a citizen, I'd like to know more about what the results you're actually looking for, because those are taxpayer money. That's taxpayer dollars. That comes from all over the country, including us here in Georgia. And that somebody made a decision, okay, this group here in Georgia is going to get this money, and they're going to do these great things. I'd like to hear more about it.
Yes, sir. I'd be happy to. And, apologies that you did not get a response back. I did just start a month ago in this new role. I was previously in local government and was one of the supporting partners.
I'm sure you'll do a great job.
We
The person
will
didn't
get you some
answer my email.
information.
Won't do a great job. Thank you. I appreciate it.
Thank you so much. And also, there's a question from Representative Lewis Ward.
Thank you so much for your presentation. Do you know, can you give us an estimate of how many new jobs will be created and maybe what percentage would be entry-level positions during this 5-year program?
I haven't run that analysis yet because we're still at this point revising our budget from what we had initially submitted to the EPA. But we're going to have workforce training that we expect to serve several hundred Georgians, and that's completely separate from all of the individuals we'll be employing to do roof replacements, solar installs, electrical interconnection. So I'll see what I can do to get that analysis to you.
Thank you.
Representative Ramon also has a question for you.
To be more specific on Chairman Parsons' question, so if I could understand this correctly, your organization, like your job is to facilitate the spending of that grant with a focus on renewable energy, and you do that through hiring workers, infrastructure, things like that. Am I getting that correctly?
We are a financial institution, so our role in this will be to administer the federal grant, and we will be providing financing. So that could be leases, it could be loans to utilities that are below the market rate, it could be just providing the operations and maintenance on systems or arranging for that. But ultimately, our job is to solve the market failure in rooftop and community solar, because right now, those services are not reaching credit-challenged households, low-income households, communities of color. So we're there to correct that market failure.
And if I'm a service provider, I'm assuming there's some kind of application process, and you do the assessment based on metrics that pertain to both the federal requirements, state requirements. You're just trying to basically merge the two and make sure the funding is being properly spent.
That's it. We are on the line for any misspending. And I personally feel a very strong sense of responsibility for that, because this is more money than I could fathom, as an individual working in public service. But yes, we're going to be responsible for just complying with federal requirements, and we'll be doing competitive procurements for any solar installer who's interested in participating, any ancillary contractor like on the roofing or electrical side, and community groups that want to get involved and receive sub-awards to do outreach, education, and things like that.
Two last questions. Is there a minimum % of those contracts going to small businesses? And this is going to be for all of Georgia, correct?
It's for the whole state of Georgia, yes. We have to be careful about saying a certain percentage for small businesses, because the federal government at times doesn't like things like geographic preference. We're actually explicitly prohibited from doing certain things like that. But a big focus for us will be minority and women-owned businesses, because that's something that aligns with our values, and it's something that the federal government wants to see us doing. And certainly small businesses are something we want to support. We know these federal contracts can be challenging because there's a lot of compliance, so we'll be providing technical assistance to help people get into the federal system and take advantage of this award.
Thank you. Yeah, we actually did a bill on this year, or this session.
And this is an opportunity as well for individuals who do not have access, correct? Who do not have any mechanism to address their bills. Is there, in the metrics for who is eligible, is it based on the federal poverty level, or is it based on the percentage of the energy bill or the energy cost to a household?
So there's two qualifying tracks. You can either earn the greater of 80% AMI or 200% federal poverty level adjusted for your household size. The other qualifying track is if you were in a disadvantaged census tract, and that's where it gets into the unemployment rates, environmental hazards, and other indicators.
Okay, all right, thank you. All right, well, thank you so much for being with us today, and it sounds like you're going to have some offline conversations, so thank you and good luck in your new role.
Thank you.
All right, our next speaker is going to be Brandon Smithwood with Dimension Energy.
Thank you, Madam Chair. and members of the committee. I submitted full written testimony, but just given that we've heard from a lot of folks, I'm going to give you the Reader's Digest version. And I want to revisit the cost shifting topic because I think that's a lot of your questions are really getting at that. And I think as lawmakers, you are keen in on the key issue you got to resolve to feel comfortable in moving forward and creating a market. So why are we here? I think what makes Dimension unique is that we are a national community solar provider, one of the largest, and we're based in Atlanta. Ironically, we're not investing in projects in Georgia, which we would love to do. We're here in Georgia for our headquarters because it's a business-friendly environment. It's a place that our team wants to live. We're able to source a lot of construction expertise, business services. We have a lot of former Southern Power, Southern Company employees that now work for us. So there's a lot of talent here. There's a lot of reasons to be based in Georgia. But we need authorizing legislation. We need changes to these 100-year-old laws to clarify that we're allowed to operate in the state. And so in the past 6 years, we've deployed about $400 million over 450 megawatts. Over the next 5, we're going to do 2,000 megawatts and $3 billion. And right now we have 12 states that we're going to invest those dollars into. We would love to add to that total or redirect some of those funds into Georgia. And House Bill 1152 piqued our interest because it's the kind of legislation that would allow us to do that. So that's who we are, why we're here, and why we're hopeful to see community solar legislation in the state. James Fenley, our first speaker, mentioned Virginia, and I think that is a really good model for Georgia to look to. It has bipartisan support. The program in Dominion Service Territory was created in 2020, and this year it was expanded. It's bipartisan. The Democratic Senate Majority Leader was the bill sponsor. Republican Governor Glenn Youngkin signed the legislation, they call it shared solar in Virginia, has it in his energy plan. So it's something that's worked in a southern state, a bipartisan state, and that decision to pass legislation in 2020 has allowed us to deploy $150 million just as one company. We're going to serve 10,000 low-income customers. They're signed up. Those projects are coming online. They're starting to receive bill savings. Those customers will realize $50 million in savings. And most of those customers are residents of affordable housing. We've worked with housing providers in the state, and they're able to receive money to further their mission in providing affordable housing, and they're able to help their residents afford their electric bill and other bills. So I'm going to pause there. You have my full written testimony. Happy to address any questions you have, and if you'll allow me, I would like to just make a brief comment on cost shifting. So a number of people have gotten at this today. The one thing I want to return to on Mr. Rabago's comments and just really highlight is that, well, one, how does the cost shift occur? The way that utilities want to account for the bill credits that our subscribers get on their utility bill is to say, well, that's a cost. I thought, I gave $100 to Brandon, and now from the rest of my ratepayers, it's just, you committee members, the rest of the ratepayers, I'm going to have to collect a piece of that so that I'm left whole. And that accounting avoids recognizing the fact that power was produced at the end of their system, avoiding investments they would have otherwise needed to make. And that has a value to all ratepayers. So to drill down on two things that Carl said. One is those benefits need to be captured by the utility. In their rate cases, in their IRP, they need to actually account for these resources so that they're building less, they're not charging ratepayers for duplicative infrastructure. I've tried to work this into the tomato analogy, and I was like, I'm just going to make it too tortured. But that's one element, is they need to account for these resources, because we are avoiding them needing to deploy capital and charge ratepayers for it. The second piece is the utility should have to bear some risk for community solar impacting their sales. Their return on investment of 11% is not a risk-free return. If you took, what is a risk-free return? A 30-year treasury is considered a risk-free return. That's 4%. If you went and bought a 30-year treasury right now, you get 4%. So the utilities do have to manage for a number of risks: hot summers, cool summers, their demands fluctuate, their sales fluctuate. And these reductions in sales from community solar are risks that they should have to manage. So, the cost shifting issue is eminently manageable. As Carl mentioned, there has been long accounting of all the benefits of these types of resources. And to make sure that you get those benefits, you really got to get down into the utility accounting. And when you do that, that's how you make sure that you get the benefits both for the people who have signed up and all of the rest of Georgia Power's customers.
All right, thank you very much. I believe Representative Thomas had a question for you.
Thank you. I saved these for you. I think Brian had enough questions earlier. So how much power do you actually guarantee you're going to provide to the grid on a daily basis?
On a daily basis?
On any basis. You can use any basis you want. How much power do you guarantee you're going to put onto the grid?
So we only get compensated for the power that we produce, and our financiers, we have to do detailed models of that production that takes into account the solar installation and how the project's set up. So, we're accounting for all of the changes in the seasons, the daylight variability from day to day. Those are factors that we have to account for.
Sorry, I'm gonna hit you with some hard questions.
Okay, go for it.
So basically, you can't really tell Georgia Power this is how much power I'm gonna give you today, right? It's okay. You say no. We both
could provide that. We could provide those estimates.
Okay, but you can't provide a guarantee. You provide an estimate. I mean, by definition, a guarantee and estimate is not the same thing.
Well, the guarantee is if we don't produce it, we don't get paid for it.
Well, and I'm just asking that question.
Yeah, no.
It's a leading question. I'll admit it. Georgia Power has to plan for guaranteed power, not estimated power. So you made a comment, and it really hung with me, was about duplicative planning. But they have to plan for 100% of whatever peak usage is. But you can't guarantee what you're going to provide to them. So they're going to have to plan for it anyway. So can you kind of explain where that gap is at and talk through that a little bit?
Sure. Georgia Power, like every utility, relies on a portfolio of resources. And no resource runs 100% of the time. Even a nuclear power plant, at a minimum, has to go down about every 18 months to refuel. These resources, by being small and being on the distribution grid and having a lot of them, I'd argue you get an improved reliability benefit, improved predictability, because you're diversifying your risk, right? The times that power grids have major problems are when a large generator trips off on a really hot, high load day, right? If one of my community solar projects, something for, act of God happens in that project and it's not operating on that peak day. It's one small project out of many in many locations. If your nuclear power plant trips offline or your gas turbine, you're going to have a serious problem. These resources, because of the scale and the distribution, they actually have the inverse effect of improving the reliability, because you're removing that kind of one generator contingency where, wow, if that plant goes down, I'm going to have a serious problem.
I appreciate the redundancy part of what you're talking about, but I'm really talking more about the planning portion of it, right? Again, Georgia Power, right, wrong, indifferent, free market principles, whatever. All that be aside, they're tasked to make sure that they can provide power at peak requirement. That's their. How have you seen in other regulated markets? Have your company been able to integrate in and ensure that Georgia Power is still meeting the mission that we've assigned to it, which is, peak power? How do they plan through with what it is? It sounds like there's 7 companies that want to get in. Everybody hops in. How do you plan through all that? I'm just interested to hear about it.
Yeah, other states, the utilities, the regulators will account for the amount of distributed generation that is in place and is forecasted, and how that resource will perform. Just in the same way that they have to take load and say, well, what are people going to be doing over time, and how's that going to impact the peaks and when those peaks show up. So they're able to say, well, if our forecast of need is 40 gigawatts without any of these resources, it's 30 gigawatts, and they take into account the risks of non-performance of various generators, the solar down to the gas plants. There's decades of practice and kind of a utility resource planning, and being able to account for things that are on the distribution grid.
And I'd agree over a 100-year period, but we're really kind of moving into a different frontier here with plugging community solar into our existing grid system. So I've been really just curious how other states have, what tack they've taken at it. Yeah, obviously probably can't answer that today. That's okay. If you don't mind, Chair Lady, may I have one more question? So my next question to you is, so typically, for example, Georgia Power, we're going to throw completely hypothetical numbers up here that none of them mean anything. It's more relational than anything else. Georgia Power can buy or create energy to my house. They sell it for 6 cents a kilowatt hour, right? Why should they have to now go to you to buy it at 9 cents a kilowatt hour or at a higher rate than they can already produce it for? How does that's where the cost shift question comes in for me. Because if it costs them more to buy it from you than they produce themselves, then that money comes from somewhere. And I'm afraid it's going to come out of people that don't subscribe. So could you answer that for me?
Sure. And I think that gets back to this accounting for all the reductions in capital spending that comes from these projects being at the end of the line. The analogy I typically use is corn. I'm just not going to try to put it into tomatoes. So, if you go and buy a bushel of corn at the field, each ear of corn is going to be cheaper than the ear of corn you buy at the grocery store. But the reason why it's more expensive at the grocery store is you need to package it, transport it. You need to take it from the farm field to something that customer can actually consume. Electricity works the same way. So Georgia Power might be able to just pick a number, 4 cents, get power at 4 cents on the transmission system. It has to build out all the infrastructure to bring that power to the end user. The electrons from these projects are flowing straight to those end users around the project. And so when you put those things apples to apples, it's a higher value resource. And that's why the project is not getting 3 cents. It's getting something closer to retail rate because it has higher value to the ratepayers.
Yeah, okay. So in the corn metaphor that we're working off of here. So you grow corn, right?
Mm-hmm.
But you're relying on Georgia Power to take your corn and sell it for you and do all the other things that you need to do with the corn to be able to turn a profit, where they can go grow their own corn at 4 cents, you're growing corn at 9 cents, but you're still relying on their distribution system. That, that's where to me, I'm still getting really hung up on where this cost shift is at. And maybe you can't answer that today, but it's just, again, this is just things that are in my mind that I really like to see thought through.
Well, one aspect, last year we discussed, the PSC would have the ability, that was in the bill from last year, which is not the bill for this year, but just speaking from that term, was the Public Service Commission could take into account distribution, transmission, what it costs for customer service, what it costs for the linemen that go out and do the hard work. The Public Service Commission was going to be legally required to come up with a number in addition to any cost savings. So, when that number happens, it's entirely possible that it might not be as attractive to the 7 anymore to be involved, depending on what the Public Service Commission comes up with. Definitely, we don't want other ratepayers to bear the cost of someone else's choice, no matter how that works out. And a question earlier, I'm not trying to answer his questions, but you asked the question about the sun shining, how can you guarantee that? Well, there are hundreds of acres thousands of acres of solar that are utility grade down in South Georgia, especially, that Georgia Power nor the EMCs can guarantee the sun's going to shine and produce power those days. So I'm sure that's part of their variable power system when trying to figure out, because, I wish I could predict the weather, but
that's my
I'm
problem.
not that powerful.
If I may, just one final point on this. I don't think anyone's arguing that the utility shouldn't have a reasonable opportunity to realize its rate of return. And as I mentioned, there should be some risk. For 11%, you should bear some risk as a commercial entity. What we're avoiding and why these projects are getting compensated is that as new resources that the state is going to have to deploy. And if Georgia Power were saying we don't have to build any new power plants, we don't have to build any new transmission lines, we don't have to build new distribution facilities, then you might be able to say, well, you don't need this new resource. It's not going to avoid any expense going forward. But that's not, Georgia is in a very fortunate position with all of its economic growth to have a lot of low growth and need those facilities. And so rather than having Georgia Power deploying all that capital, 11%, there's an opportunity for some limited competition to bring in other players to compete to deploy that capital. And that's where the ratepayer savings come from, not from people avoiding paying for the legacy investments that utilities have made.
All right, thank you very much. Thank you, Representative Thomas. All right, anyone else have a question? All right, wonderful. Thank you
Thanks
so
so
much
much
for your time. Thank you for being with us today. And next up, we have Soltage Representative Jonathan Roberts. You are the last one today, so we appreciate you being here with us.
Yes, good afternoon, Chair and members of the committee. I appreciate the time to speak with you. Good to see some familiar faces on the committee. Yes, I'm Jonathan Roberts. I'm Vice President with Soltage. Like some of the other good community solar companies we've heard from today, we own and operate assets. We are based in Jersey City, New Jersey. I moved with my family here to Georgia in 2023. I moved here from Illinois, where I've spent the last 10 years working in community solar primarily. I think I've done about 73 projects over the last 10 years in 9 states. Prior to Illinois, I was a consultant with Mid-American Energy, owned by Warren Buffett, for industrial energy efficiency. Before that, I worked for the Iowa Association of Municipal Utilities as an engineer to the city-owned electric municipal utilities in Iowa. And before that, I was in power construction, thermal fossil generation construction for a company called Kiewit that builds a lot of EPC work for clientele like investor-owned utilities. And we're really a proponent of the bill HB 1152, and we appreciate the, the creation of that bill and the sponsors. Georgia is a top 7 state in the nation for producing solar electricity. It's amazing. I heard some mention of the utility scale that's already here between whether it's Georgia Power or the EMCs, but solar's already here. So kind of from a reliability standpoint, we're already using it on our grid today to the, to the degree that we're a top 7 nation of the 50 states of the United States in producing solar energy. I've been attending some of the PSC meetings here in Georgia, and it's been very clear from Georgia Power that we need more power. They are asking both in the formal IRP process and this more, ad hoc process that has come about to request that they need more generation. Some of that generation that they're asking for, not just to be built for us, like myself and all of y'all as ratepayers and taxpayers in Georgia. Some of this power is being requested from, coal generation in Mississippi, 950 megawatt PPA to bring some of that power to the state of Georgia. So we know we need more power. It's been discussed that, solar is almost ubiquitously being built across the country. Not all new generation, but most new generation, looking at a 100% scale, where over 50% of most new generation is solar. It's a toolbox. It's an all-of-above approach for every source of generation. Georgia understands that. Whether you look at the completion of Vogtle 3 and 4, the commitment to nuclear, that's something that if 1152 passes, the people that choose to sign up for community solar are still going to be ratepayers for Georgia Power. They're still going to be having fees that provide upkeep of the Georgia Power system, including the carve out for Vogtle will still be on that bill, even though they're subscribed to the community solar. But the guarantee is that they're going to have the savings on their bill. I was a subscriber to one of my own projects, one of my first projects in Illinois, when I lived there for about a decade, and I saved money. And that's kind of what this is about. It was mentioned like saving money with no fee and no commitment or fee to terminate if you move, or if a low-income subscriber, they can't afford to pay and want to not be a part of it anymore, they can terminate the contract, no fee, no penalty. So it's definitely a win-win situation for the consumers. I wanted to make, before I turn it over to y'all for any questions, one thing is I have more of a technical background. I'm an engineer, so I'm happy to go into all the weeds about power generation. All the units, how it's consumed, how it's produced, every facet of that. But 2 points I wanted to make before I turn over to that is that I didn't hear made today that I think are worth emphasizing are the developers pay a fee to interconnect to the Georgia Power grid. And usually that fee is in, like for the scale of the assets we're talking here, like an average might be $500,000 to about $1 million per project to connect. That's money that goes from the private developer in our capital stack to Georgia Power for their infrastructure, for their grid, for us connecting. That's an appreciable amount of money. We pay that every time for every project. Sometimes it's in a higher, 7-figure number, like 1 or 2 million for these assets. We talked about 6 megawatt AC is like kind of an upper cap of the project. And that 6 megawatt AC, that's about 1,200 Georgia subscribers on that one project. And that one project is providing, sometimes between $1 and $2 million of interconnection fees. That's point number one. I didn't really hear that mentioned in some of the earlier remarks. Point number two I wanted to emphasize is that when these, I'm more of a developer, so when I'm working with a private landowner, I'm working with the farmer to site the project, I'm working with the local government to permit it, I'm working with the investor-owned utility, in this case Georgia Power, to interconnect, and then I'm working with the offtake situation of who's going to subscribe to this, this community solar project. And once we do those 4 things, we bring the capital stack of the debt equity investor, the tax equity investor, and we provide our own sponsor equity to fund the project. But one thing I didn't hear mentioned today is the benefit to the local rural communities across the state of Georgia that these small projects on 25 to 30 acres are providing to the counties that are in every single one of the districts that you represent. This represents a lot of economic development for those communities, of additional tax revenue for teachers and firefighters and law enforcement in schools. And we're doing this, every day with, like my company, 450 megawatt that we operate in 14 states. I myself, most of what I do is in Illinois, but I've done a lot of work for my company in the Southeast with Duke in North Carolina, South Carolina, and I've been developing here in Georgia, not only with the hope of HB 1152, but also Georgia Power has programs now like their small DG RFP. We think that's a program that we continually have worked on, and we also see, I as a Georgia Power ratepayer and an individual homeowner, I've looked at the community solar program that they have on offer presently, and it would require me to pay kind of a premium incremental amount above what I pay on my bill every month to, put community solar onto my Georgia Power bill as it stands now, in a house that, isn't well suited for rooftop solar in the case of having lots of shading. So thank you for your time, and I look forward to answering any and all questions.
All right, thank you, Mr. Roberts. And I know we do have someone on our committee who is an electrical engineer, so mechanical engineer, excuse me.
I'm industrial, so we're brothers.
You can talk apples to apples, I'm sure.
We'll nerd it out after this is over.
All right. Do any committee members have any questions? Thank you for clarifying some aspects of it. From the business model aspect, all of the shareholders you have to get on board and permitting and other requirements before you ever even bring in the private equity. So thank you for kind of clarifying that. That is something that the testimony today has not mentioned. So thank you for, certainly being the last person and bringing something new and innovative to the table for us to discuss. So thank you for that. And I too am a Georgia Power ratepayer, and certainly appreciate all that they do to keep the power on all the time. And this certainly was an opportunity for us to discuss another aspect. We were not, hopefully our Georgia Power friends over there, we certainly were not bashing Georgia Power or our EMCs or our MEAG partners. We're thankful for all they do for our state. But this is a conversation I think that is important for us to have. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
And on that note, I'd like to thank all the committee members and all of our speakers for being here today, taking time in the middle of August to be here. And again, thankful for Kennesaw State University for their graciousness and hospitality in hosting us. And thank you everyone who was here today with us to listen to the comments. If you would like to add something, feel free to reach out to me. Feel free to reach out to the committee members. I know we would love to have further and deeper conversations on a number of topics that were mentioned today. And just thank everyone for their participation and the civility of this event. Oh, yes. Oh, and John Carson would like to speak with us.
I just wanted to say thank you to the chair lady for bringing this not just the bill, but the issue forward for a robust discussion. And thank you, chair lady. And the other question is, what is the plan for the committee? Are there subsequent meetings, or is there going to be input for a report? What is the plan from now until session?
Well, thank you, and I think this is a good forum so everyone can kind of hear the details, so thank you. Well, my plan, if we're able to work this out, is to actually hold another meeting. I know utility companies wanted to participate in the next meeting. We talked about a lot of things today, and a lot of questions were raised, so this is an opportunity for us to hone our questions and be critical in what we need to know to move forward with something along this line, and also give an opportunity for Georgia Power, EMCs, and MEAGs to mention any of their concerns regarding this. And hopefully we will have members of the Public Service Commission with us next time as well. Well, probably we kind of have this weird thing called an election coming up in November, so we may try to get together for maybe a morning. I'm hoping in October, maybe mid-October, and certainly we'll work with committee members to make sure the dates are where most can attend. I'm very thankful for all of you attending today. There was only one committee member that was not in attendance, and he is actually in an energy summit in Canada. So Chairman Werkheiser, I'm sure, is enjoying fine Canadian weather.
It's probably nice in August.
Probably.
Madam
Probably.
Chair.
All right.
I just want to take a moment to thank you. I know that there were a lot of details that we went over today. We have a lot of questions left, obviously. We'd love some of those details that we talked about earlier. But I did kind of want to recenter us on why we're actually here, which is to figure out ways to help our constituents lower costs. To be quite honest with all of you, I was doing a lot of math earlier, and year to year compared to last month, we are paying anywhere from $50 to $80 more on our power bill. That's our grocery bill. I mean, and we're not the only ones, right? There are folks who are living paycheck to paycheck who can't figure out how to handle this sort of increased strain on them. So I'm really excited to keep diving into this and figure out how to, what best policies there are to give that relief to a lot of people. I mean, I've been getting emails from constituents about this. And, as we dive into those details, my hope is we keep remembering that.
I think that's really important. I know many of you well, and I know all of us really care about our constituents. We are here to represent our constituents, and this is an issue that's been brought to me multiple times. I'm sure everyone on this committee has heard, my energy bill's gotten so high. People are sacrificing comfort sometimes. Yeah, I know. So food and other things. So I love my constituents, and whatever issue they bring to me as a problem, you're going to hear it from me, because 60,000 good people in the state of Georgia felt I was the person to come up here, just as the rest of us. And I appreciate everyone's attention and diligence on this topic, so thank you. All right, we are adjourned.